From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers
Hey, what's up,
today.
BB?
Claim based on
Hope you have
1977 to
a good New
2024
Year's,
calendar
buddy.
year industry reported total.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
We're now offering testosterone replacement therapy. So when you're ready to feel like yourself and put ED behind you, call West Coast Men's Health today at 650-407-1167. That's 650-407-1167. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Littleton and Roberson were both covering McCollum, and Roberson did an excellent job using the sideline as another defender, kind of with his back, wrote the wide receiver out of bounds, so even if he makes the catch, he's going to be out of bounds. He covered it perfectly.
I'll give you a play here to make your decision firm, but I'm asking Rini Angolia, who's big Monster Energy player of the game is tonight.
As much as I've loved Christian Clark, first career 100-yard game.
Yep. Second and 10, here's Underwood to throw, swarm, and sack. Back at the 35, ball's out. It's loose and picked up by Texas. And rumbling inside the 40 and down, the Big Uglies are all over it. Hero Canoe has got the fumble recovery. It was popped out by
Zulu.
Large individuals all over Underwood to get another Texas takeaway.
And Canoe he wanted to get a touchdown. He was running with that ball. He had Blake Frazier, 77, an offensive lineman on top of him.
We're on the field, a fumble recovered by the defense.
And carried him about 10 or 15 yards.
6'5", 299 pounds. From Germany, transferred from Ohio State.
Previous plays under further review.
And so while they take a look at this, let's get a look at the replay first. Rini, I'll let you evaluate here.
I'm trying to definitely get sacked.
Oh, I think he's down before the fumble.
Yeah, I mean, unless they ruled the ball started to move. Yeah, this is going to be a close one.
Oh, and it'll be a heartbreak for Hero Canoe, won't it, Mike Peasley?
It will, Sean, because he's never beaten Michigan before. Remember, this guy is an Ohio State transferred after spending the last 2 years with the Buckeyes when the Buckeyes did not beat Michigan. So he was saying this week there is some added extra motivation for him personally because, I haven't beaten him yet, but he was glad to see his former team get the job done last month.
All right, we'll await the result of the review. Meanwhile, Rainey, did you select your big Monster Energy?
So I was saying, as much as I liked running back Christian Clark today, first career 100-yard game, and as much as I've loved Ty Anthony Smith, couple interceptions, played great defensively, how do you not go with Arch Manning? I mean, 376 total yards, 4 total touchdowns, 221 passing, 155 rushing. It's Arch Manning.
Arch Manning brought big Monster Energy today. Ready to take it to the next level? Unleash the beast this college tailgate season with Monster Energy. Tear into a can of the meanest energy drink on the planet. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast.
What's up, Grizz? Yeah, it does kind of look real, but I'm using a tablet, so
I think they're going to give the ball back to Michigan. The
my
ball
connection's
kind
kind
of
of
rode
off.
up the arm of Underwood, but he kept it to his body.
I can't show the real game,
so I
or
think
just
they're going to say he was
copyright me.
down. Now, it's funny because the defense of Texas is
I could
back
do the
on the field.
radio
The
play by
offense is
play.
back on the field. But the ball with one official is at the ball's 38-yard line where the recovery was tackled, kind of waiting to get this final decision here.
Umazalo, who had 1 sack on the year, was the man to get in there and basically get up and onto the back of Underwood.
No, he gets credit for the sack, just not the strip fumble.
So, after review,
We think. Both teams think as well.
The Michigan offense is on the field.
And Michael Roach is still under the hood. He's coming out now.
58 seconds remaining in this football game. It's 41-27 Texas.
After further review, number 19 had possession of the football in his possession with his knee down with 1 minute and 8 seconds.
They seem to always win
It'll
close
be Michigan
games.
football, third down. We'll subtract
They
10
always
seconds
come
to
back,
58.
too.
The game
I
clock
mean,
will start at my signal.
I feel like they can't blow a team out,
Because
but
the clock stopped because of the play. It's a 10-second runoff. Michigan doesn't have any time.
I'd like to
so
see
that
them
10
match
seconds
up
has
versus
to
the Bills.
come off.
So ho-hum, third and 10 now.
And the clock's
No,
gonna
actually,
start.
no. Respot this now.
Yeah.
Third and forever.
Yeah, 3rd and 19. The clock will start as soon as they put the ball in play here.
Goes back into 36. Texas drops back 3 deep all along the 20-yard line. From the 36, snap back to Underwood. Blitz coming. Underwood escapes. Throws left side, out of bounds. In the neighborhood of Hanson, the tight end. Colin Simmons, though, had bad intentions coming into the backfield looking for Underwood.
And Robertson was in coverage again. We've called Warren Robertson's name out a ton today.
Yes. Loudly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, everybody came to hit. There's no doubt about that. So Texas is going to remain undefeated in their history with the Wolverines.
I think Will Muschamp's going to be happy. He's got a lot to work with his defense when he gets here.
Pressure coming again. We're on 4th down. The ball game. Throw toward the pylon near side is out of bounds and incomplete. And Michigan turns it over on downs with 43 seconds remaining. Texas will come out in the victory formation here. And the Longhorns are going to finish the season 10-3.
yeah, he'll be the number 1 overall pick in 2027. Remember that first game against Ohio State? He looked like trash.
The Longhorns will have their
He got way better as the
bowl
season
win in
went on.
program history.
First ever trip here to Orlando for the Cheez It Bowl. Pretty successful for the Longhorns.
They scored first in a wild game, a field goal of all things, 3-0, and now Texas is 8-1 on the year when scoring first.
These are the kind of games we like.
They were all over him
30
about
yards
that
of
game. He
offense,
couldn't even
68
complete a
points.
pass.
Now the victory formation, Manning takes a knee, 39 seconds remaining. And now both teams have started to come off of their sidelines. The Cheez-It dump on Steve Sarkisian.
And that's perfect on a cold night like this. You don't actually want liquid coming
I
out.
bet
You
he's
just
more
some
like
dry
Eli.
Cheez-Its.
Crumbs, yes.
Yes.
Liquid, no.
I don't think anyone will ever be
Texas
like Peyton,
Longhorns
have
who win it
control of an
41
offense like he
27.
did.
Down to
But
Mike Beasley
I
in
bet
the
he's
midst of
more
that
like Eli.
Texas celebration.
All right, Sean, thank you very much. Here with Anthony Smith, one of the defensive leaders today. 9 tackles, 2 interceptions. First of all, walk us through the 2 interceptions that you had today, including that second one, which great job with the footwork.
Doesn't that Mendoza guy look like Kirk Cousins?
Keep the
It's like his freaking son.
Eventually we're going to catch a pick. Eventually he's going to throw one. So we just
Mendoza
focused on
Cousins.
keeping the quarterback running, and he finally threw that one, and I was there to toe tap it a little bit. So that was pretty good.
So there were a lot of opt-outs today for your team, including Anthony Hill. And I know you talked this week about stepping up in a leadership role, you and Colin Simmons. How were you two able to do that this week?
I think it starts with Colin's energy, just him coming out, saying, hey, let's do this. And then once he say, let's go, the whole defense look up and they know let's go. So, just feeding off of his energy and just kind of putting it on the rest of my teammates to just, get us amped up before we go out hit the field.
How much incentive was there to kind of show the country exactly what Texas football is, considering you did not make the playoffs?
I just think we don't worry about that, We just kind of focus on, the next game, the next opportunity, just seizing this opportunity. Obviously, we weren't happy that we didn't make the playoffs, but, just being happy where we're at now.
Congratulations.
Sir, God bless you.
Mike, thanks. Great job here tonight in Orlando. Our final score again, Texas 41, Michigan 27. For Rini Angolia and Mike Peasley, along with producer Dave Shore, spotter Kyle Nunez, statistician Robert Mitchell, and of course our engineer tonight, Al Rosenberg. I'm Sean Kelly from Orlando. Wow. Here we go, gang. The playoffs continue with the quarterfinals coming up. And to get us ready in the studio, Chris Villani with the Venmo
Who you guys
postgame
got in
show.
this game, Ohio State or
Thank you very
Miami?
much, Sean. Before we get to that, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Happy holidays from all of us at the sports leader. KNBR and KNBR-FM San Francisco, a Cumulus Media station.
College Football Live postgame show is presented by Venmo. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards this college football season. Show your school spirit every time you pay. Score more with the Venmo debit card. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A. I'm Chris Villani. Coming up next on the Venmo postgame show, we take you through the highlights of a 2-touchdown Texas victory. This is the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom designs that let everyone know who you're rooting for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing stacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN, 1 free year of Perplexity Pro, and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory. One of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro. Like it never even happened.
Talk about stepping up. It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
That's the ease at which you give information. You want it, you get it.
The Browns
like
aren't
that.
drafting a quarterback
Ask your
this
phone,
year.
group chat, smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about
Mahomes might be out
continuous
for
glucose
2026.
monitors,
The
a
Chiefs could have
real-time
the first
instant
overall
method
pick.
to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare
Probably
and over
traded, though.
1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
This, the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I'm Chris Milani, the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl from Orlando this evening. Number 13, Texas, and the 18th ranked Michigan Wolverines. One of only 3 non-CFP games to feature a couple of top 25 teams. And it was a good one throughout. Let's get to our game flow, brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit Progressive.com. Well, let's fast forward early into the second half. This game was tied up at 17 at halftime. A Michigan field goal put the Wolverines on top. Ensuing possession, though, for the Longhorns. Arch Manning able to run his team down to the 23.
Manning on a quarterback run. Splits 2 defenders at the 5. He's in. Touchdown, Texas. 23-yard run by Arch Manning, and now the lead back to the Longhorns in the back-and-forth affair. 23-20.
After Michigan takes advantage of a short field with a Bryce Underwood touchdown pass to regain the lead, Texas gets the ball back in the fourth quarter and wastes very little time marching 75 yards.
Take the handoff. Manning lobs one down the right side with a push off the catch, and a touchdown. Khalid Lockett, the freshman from Saxe, Texas, puts the Longhorns back on top. He just got past their best corner, Hill, and it's a 30-yard touchdown strike.
Good Hands Moment of the Week brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Visit allstate.com or call a local agent for a quote that can save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Texas in front to stay at that point. Arch Manning adds a 60-yard run to make it a 2-score game. Field goal provides the final margin, 41-27. Texas Longhorns knock off the Michigan Wolverines in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Coming up on the Venmo post-game show, we look ahead to the first of the college football playoff quarterfinals. This is the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
It's back. The 2026 Silicon Valley Auto Show, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. From EVs to customs and exotics, you can see, touch, even test drive some of the latest models. The Silicon Valley Auto Show, sponsored by SEFQ, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. Purchase advance tickets online and save at svautoshow.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
We're now offering testosterone replacement therapy. So when you're ready to feel like yourself and put ED behind you, call West Coast Men's Health today at 650-407-1167. That's 650-407-1167. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The faithful always bring energy to 49ers home games at Levi's Stadium, and the collective noise speaks volumes on the field.
City, baby. Absolutely love that first one of the year.
Be there for the regular season home finale, a Week 18 clash with the Seahawks. It's Faithful Appreciation presented by SAP with the on-field debut of the new rivalry uniforms.
We knew he was going to have an impact somewhere in this game.
Secure your seats now at 49ers.com/tickets.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Hey, sports fans, it's Murph here from my friends at Bigelow Tea. Every season is Bigelow Tea season, and that's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. One of the first things I do each day is reach for a mug full of English breakfast to get me going. I love all of Bigelow's different flavor options, and it's perfect for someone who makes his living behind a microphone. You want to know what keeps me going? Look no further than my cup of Bigelow tea next to me in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
It's back. The 2026 Silicon Valley Auto Show, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. From EVs to customs and exotics, you can see, touch, even test drive some of the latest models. The Silicon Valley Auto Show, sponsored by CEFCU, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. Purchase advance tickets online and save at svautoshow.com.
Hey guys, Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. Most guys don't realize that their ED started in their 40s. Symptoms of erectile dysfunction can be slight and subtle, but by treating your symptoms at the
Let me show you around the shop.
Our growth really took off when we started advertising, and our revenue on Amazon actually tripled when we started running Amazon ads.
Hey Cam, hey Jason.
That helped us scale, increase profit, and to reach a lot more people.
Rich Eisen here. Hiring for your small business can feel like a full-time job, but LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant takes the heavy lifting out of it. It filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily, so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI Assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 million professionals that you can reach based on job
Ohio
title,
State Live,
industry,
Miami
and more.
versus Ohio
Start
State. Make
converting
sure
your
you guys
B2B
go check
audience
that
into
out.
high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
It's back. The 2026 Silicon Valley Auto Show, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. From EVs to customs and exotics, you can see, touch, even test drive some of the latest models. The Silicon Valley Auto Show, sponsored by CEFCU, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. Purchase advance tickets online and save at svautoshow.com.
Be there for the 49ers Faithful Appreciation regular season finale when the 49ers face the Seattle Seahawks at Levi's Stadium. Tickets are available now. Secure your seats at 49ers.com/tickets.
A Mochi moment from Mark, who writes, I just want to thank you for making GLP-1s affordable. What would have been over $1,000 a month is just $99 a month with Mochi. Money shouldn't be a barrier to healthy weight. 3 months in, and I have smaller jeans and a bigger wallet. You're the best. Thanks, Mark. I'm Myra Amit, founder of Mochi Health. To find your Mochi moment, visit joinmochi.com.
Mark is a Mochi member compensated for his story.
Larry Kruger here. As the faithful knows, life, like the game, doesn't always go as planned. Injuries and challenges can knock you down hard, on the field or off, and that's when you need a powerhouse team. Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar Tarek and the Habas Law team have delivered life-changing wins, taking on big insurance companies with relentless grit, like it's the final 2-minute drill. Habas Law doesn't just settle cases, they create comebacks. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slot.
Complexity Pro, and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222.
How you been?
You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Texas a winner over Michigan in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, 41-27, the final. Coming up next on most of our ESPN radio affiliates, the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic, Miami taking on Ohio State. For producer Ryan Matlack, technical director Rachel Robinson, and associate producer Stash Yankee, I'm Chris Villani. Thanks for listening to the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
What a name, Stashy Yankee.
The Rich Eisen Show.
All right, I'm looking down here. I'm assuming it's not him, but you got to give it a shot. Caleb in Chicago. Is this you, Caleb?
Oh, the Bears. The Bears. The Bears. The Bears. The Bears.
Oh, boy.
Bears.
Definitely not Williams.
The Bears. The Bears. The Bears. Oh, bear down, boys. I'm sorry, I'm not really Caleb, but I am Caleb from Chicago.
Okay.
I love you all.
What up, man?
My God, you're high on life right now, aren't you?
The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus. The quarterfinals of the college football playoff continues tomorrow. First, it's Oregon versus Texas Tech. Touchdown, Oregon! Followed by Alabama, Indiana. And then, Ole Miss faces Georgia. The college football playoff quarterfinals on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
You feel that? It's a special NFL on ESPN Saturday doubleheader. Feeling the NFC South title on the line as Bryce Young and the Panthers take on Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers. Then, the NFC's number 1 seed is up for grabs as Sam Darnold and the Seahawks face Brock Purdy and the 49ers. Feeling end-of-season stakes and the playoff picture taking shape. Feeling Panthers Buccaneers at 4:30 Eastern and Seahawks 49ers at 8. Saturday on ABC and ESPN. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
This is Peter Schrager. On the latest episode of the Schrager Hour, we have Hollywood superstars Jack Black and Paul Rudd together promoting their movie Anaconda that comes out on Christmas. The Schrager Hour is available wherever you get your podcasts. Enjoy.
ABC Hockey Saturday is back with a classic rivalry. And it may be a new year, but it's the same vintage Crosby leading the Penguins. He scores! Sends it kid! Against Captain Larkin and the Red Wings. What a shot! Dylan Larkin! ABC Hockey Saturday in Hockeytown.
Should be a heck of a Saturday.
ABC Hockey Saturday, presented by Honda. Penguins, Red Wings, Saturday at noon Eastern on ABC and the ESPN app.
Sports are always in season on ESPN. Always rivalry season. Always top 10 season.
We got some top plays for you, though. Here's one. Top plays, 10 to 1.
Let's go to your top plays.
and always. Did you see that?
Hey, what's up, Kellen?
Download the ESPN
Who you got in this
app and get
game,
over
Miami or
47,000
Ohio State?
live events all year long. All of ESPN, all in one place. ESPN, always in season.
The Hoop Collective Podcast.
I'm the no ceiling on Victor guy.
No ceiling on Wendy. I'm going to say no ceiling on these Spurs.
This is an establishing moment.
The Hoop Collective Podcast. Listen on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts. Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Okay, we got a Buckeyes fan in here.
Around the quarterback is not with his physical ability.
Not sure what that is. Is that a gift? I appreciate that. Thank you.
If in fact things don't go his way for the majority
Never
of the
had
day.
one of
This
those.
is a group that has something special. The quarterback is a big part of that. I believe the Seattle Seahawks can represent the NFC, bar none, hands down.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
This is TGL on ESPN, live in prime time.
Yeah, the Buccaneers are 10-point favorites right now. Buckeyes are 10-point favorites.
Combining the top players with advanced technology. More screens, more moving greens, more history in the making. It's golf reimagined. TGL, presented by SoFi on ESPN and the ESPN app. All of TGL, all in one place.
This trivia question brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Texas Tech has 12 wins of at least 20-plus points this season. Who is the only team in the AP poll era that has more such wins in a single season? Again, trivia brought to you by Dr. Pepper. It's not bowl season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing. I'm Jim Baswell. This is College Football Live on ESPN Radio. We are presented by LinkedIn.
The final score here in Norman is Alabama 34 and Oklahoma 24.
These guys worked all week long. I really felt like they were dialed in. The story of this comeback is about Alabama.
17 nothings. It's nothing to us. Give us the ball. We'll go down, do what we do.
I think this game's going to be close. I think Miami's going to cover that, or it's not going to be that 10-point spread. I think it's going to be more closer than that.
That's the Alabama Crimson Tide getting it done against Oklahoma to advance against Indiana in the quarterfinals at the Rose Bowl presented by Prudential. Let's bring in ESPN college football analyst Kelly Stauffer, who will be part of that ESPN radio broadcast with Mark Kestisher and Ian Fitzsimmons. And how about we start here, Kelly? Curt Cignetti, 24-2 in 2 seasons as Indiana head coach. When he first took over, priority number one for him, changed the way the school and team is thought of. I think he's done just that in short order. Quantify his impact on how this program is now viewed.
Yeah, I think the kind of the reset of that program is extraordinary. It's interesting when you start to watch this team, both offensively and defensively, you really see their head coach in everything that they do. You know, he has more brass than, you know, an old school band in some parade somewhere. It's an attitude that permeates this program now. And that's completely inverted from what you would know historically for the narrative around Indiana football to be. So, yeah, I don't know that it could be quantified at this point in time.
Yeah, and of course, they're led by the Heisman Trophy winner, Fernando Mendoza, leads FBS with 33 scoring strikes this season. And I know when you were looking at film, you know, he made the big throws when needed this season with the game on the line at Happy Valley against Ohio State on that big third down late in the game, NFL-type throws. What has he shown you this season?
I can't remember being more impressed with an individual when I started to break down their tape than I was with Fernando Mendoza. I mean, I didn't know a ton about him.
No, it's a simulation actually, bro.
That I was looking at with other
the computer's playing
and matchups this season, but I hadn't really looked at him in depth. And I specifically told my guys that I wanted to see the look on his face and kind of the look in his eye when he plays.
Yeah, I got mad.
He literally doesn't blink, you know. And you mentioned,
yeah, we could do that after our live stream for sure.
Drive to go ahead in Happy Valley. That entire drive was full of critical plus plays by Fernando Mendoza. That drive actually started with him getting sacked, and then he makes a lot of behind the chains type of throws to extend the drive, and then ultimately the touchdown winning.
I'm on PS5.
He was getting hammered as he throws the football. I mean, if you could kind of picture a Heisman Trophy type drive and put it in the dictionary somewhere, it would look like that drive. So he's been amazing, and that's what their offense is. It's really centered around, tailored around his skill set. He's an elite decision maker and rarely makes mistakes. And that's one of the things I want to see with him against Alabama, because Kane Womack, in his approach, they do more disguised looks on the back end than anyone in college football, simply meaning that they change the structure of the safeties from pre-snap to post-snap.
Message me a direct message, and then after the game, or message me a message on one of my videos, and then I'll give you
this game to see if Fernando can make elite decisions in the face of that approach. And there's no reason to really question that he can't. And I'll give you one stat. In his decision-making, red zone situational football is the money zone. And Fernando has thrown 22 touchdown passes and no interceptions in the red zone this season. It's just one more of those elite numbers that you
for sure.
tie to this team as a whole. And Fernando,
Yeah, I'm going to be streaming this whole game, so
Kelly Stauffer will be
it's
part
usually
of the
probably about a
broadcast with Mark
3.5 hour
and Ian
game, just
Fitzsimmons
depending on
New
how long it's
Year's
going to
Day.
take.
It is the Rose Bowl presented by Prudential right here on ESPN Radio. Kelly, we appreciate the insight.
All right, Jim. Have a good evening.
Alabama, Indiana have to prove that tomorrow's the day for doing. Brought to you by the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Pete Golding got the job done. 41-10, and the Rebels are moving on to New Orleans and the Sugar Bowl in the rematch against the Georgia Bulldogs.
Just excited for them to put everything behind them and get back on the grass and do what they love to do. And so they created a great opportunity for themselves and came out and responded how I thought they would.
We love PG. You know, he's a motivator. He knows how to get to us. And, he loves to win. So we like playing for a guy like that.
It's good when you have good players. So we'll see what they're chanting next time.
Georgia, Ole Miss. They face off for the second time this season, this time at the All-State Sugar Bowl. Georgia won that Week 5 matchup 43-35. They're seeking to join Mississippi State way back in 1918 as the only teams to down Ole Miss twice in one season all time. Kirby Smart on how big game experience aids his side.
You know, I think it's a good topic for you guys to talk about and debate about, but once the players get on the field, all that goes away. None of that matters. I mean, we've been in rematches, big games. When you play in the SEC, every week's a big game. You know, when you go on the road in the SEC and play, it's an environment like no other. It can't be matched. And so the gauntlet of what their team has gone through and our team has gone through, this is another
CHVHD.com, man.
I don't think you can draw much. I don't personally think you can draw much
hottest
on
thing
the
out
experiences
there, man.
you learned from
It's
last
a new
year,
Pornhub.
experiences like travel, extra day in a hotel where you don't get those in regular season. But in these kind of matchups, it still boils down to the players making plays and coaches putting them in position to.
And Georgia's allowed 10 points or fewer in 4 straight games, their longest single-season streak since 1971. But this a big plus for the Rebs. The Dogs have allowed more points. They allowed more points in the first 5 defensive drives in Week 8 against those Rebels, 35, than they've had in the past 4 games combined. Pete Golding, Rebs head coach, on what the lessons were learned in Game 1.
You got to get them behind the sticks, you know, on early downs from a defensive standpoint. You can't just bleed the entire time. It's 3, 4, 5, 6, and you never get them off course. You know, they have their whole playbook, regardless of the down and distance. You got to create some third and longs, and when you create third and long, you got to get off the field.
It's back. The 2026 Silicon Valley Auto Show, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. From EVs to customs and exotics, you can see, touch, even test drive some of the latest models. The Silicon Valley Auto Show, sponsored by CEFCU, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. Purchase advance tickets online and save at svautoshow.com.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. When I want the best pizza in the world, I go straight to Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach.
Tony's has been crowned the best in the world, and for good reason. Whether it's Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, or Grandma-style pizza, Tony has it all made with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. And don't forget Tony's other spots like Capo's, Toscano Brothers Bakery, and Slice House locations across the Bay Area, and even at Chase Center and Levi Stadium.
Number one choice in cleanup and restoration, and the only way that happens is if they win against the Dogs. We're coming to you from the All-State Studios. Coming up next on College Football Live on ESPN Radio, presented by LinkedIn. We'll hear from Ryan Day on how his team gets past hurdle number one in their quest to repeat as college football champs. This is the college football quarterfinals on the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry,
gotta love
and
Jesus,
more.
man.
Start converting your B2B audience into
I don't
high-quality
go to
leads
church,
today.
but
Spend $250 on
definitely
your first
believe in the
campaign
guy.
and get a free $250 credit
Yeah, I
for
thought the
next
game
one.
started at
Just go to
4:32. It looks like it's kinda,
linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign.
I don't know, they're probably going
Terms
through a
and
bunch of
conditions
stuff
apply.
on
Only
the
on LinkedIn
field.
ads.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during
The band's
halftime
gotta
or
play a couple
overtime. From
songs.
spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com.
Hell yeah,
Must be
man.
over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Go spread the love, bro.
It's back. The 2026
Don't mind
Silicon
that.
Valley Auto Show, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. From EVs to customs and exotics, you can see, touch, even test drive some of the latest models. The Silicon Valley Auto Show, sponsored by SEFQ, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. Purchase advance tickets online and save at svautoshow.com.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. When I want the best pizza in the world, I go straight to Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach. Tony's has been crowned the best in the world, and for good reason. Whether it's Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, or Grandma-style pizza, Tony has it all made with the finest ingredients and
Arvel
baked
Reese, man,
to
that guy's a
perfection.
beast.
And don't forget Tony's other spots like Capo's, Toscano Brothers Bakery, and Slice House locations across the
And
Bay
I'm using
Area.
a
And even
tablet
at
too.
Chase Center and
Just
Levi
imagine if it
Stadium.
was like on a computer or
Stand out in 2026
Actually,
and
some
move
real
your career
production or
forward with a
something.
skills-based education from University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers affordable, online courses with more than 135 degrees and certificates to equip you with the skills today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technology like AI and data science, and gain enduring skills such as leadership, communication, and critical thinking. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes designed for working adults like you. Get a head start on your goals in the new year. Now is the perfect time to take the next step in your life and education at University of Maryland Global Campus.
How do you like those
Undergraduate and
black
most
Miami
graduate courses
jerseys?
start January
Those are
7th.
pretty cool.
Apply now and save with no application fee.
Rather than the
Learn
green
more at
pants and the burnt
umgc.edu.
orange jerseys.
That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game
I think
is
that
once
wide
in a
receiver
century.
Tony could be a first-round pick this year.
Golden One Center
I bet you if he
on
came
January
out, a
19th.
team would take
Go
a
to
shot at him in the first
HarlemGlobetrotters.com
round.
for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus.
I always wondered if he was
daily
related to
login bonuses,
Kadarius
and
Tony.
enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click,
Probably
play,
like cousins, I
and
bet.
enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
It's back. The 2026 Silicon
Gone,
Valley
Jeremiah
Auto
Smith.
Show, January 9th
Oh,
through
all
the
the way
11th
down to
at
the
the
two.
Santa Clara Convention Center. From EVs to customs and exotics, you can see, touch, even test drive some of the latest models. The Silicon Valley Auto Show, sponsored by CEFCU. January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. Purchase advance tickets online and save at svautoshow.com.
80, the sports leader. This is the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
We are coming to you from the All-State Studios. Stream basketball back on College Football Live, presented by LinkedIn. Kickoff for the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. Miami, Ohio State is moments away. Ryan Day again, 82-11 as Ohio State head coach, second best winning percentage of any head coach in FBS history to coach at least 50 games. He joined our Morgan Uber.
Thanks, Jim. Coach, with your quarterback, Julian Sayin, making his first playoff start, what stood out about the mentality and preparation?
Well, I think he's been like this all year. He's been very intentional about his preparation. He's somebody who puts a lot of work in.
That's the one thing, is who's going to be able to cover Jeremiah.
He's very intelligent, so I think he's had really good walkthroughs.
Does Miami have a DB that can cover that guy?
He's looking forward to play.
How do you keep him upright and in rhythm against this Miami pass rush?
Well, we got to do it. It's everybody involved with the protection's got to be strong. The route's got to be crisp. He's got to get the ball out on time. It comes down to timing and spacing, and then getting into the rhythm of the game and see where it goes.
With your defense, how do you limit and contain the explosiveness of what Malachi Tony can do?
Well, he's a very good player, but we also have good players on our team too. So we got to make sure we know where he is at all times, and then play physical and tackle.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it.
All right, you got it.
Day would say Matt Patricia has had an impact as defensive coordinator. Ohio State's defense allowing 8.2 points per game, currently tied with 2011 Alabama for the fewest in the last 35 years. That's a challenge for Carson Beck and Miami. It's kickoff for the first college football playoff quarterfinal. Canes and Buckeyes. For the call, let's send you to Arlington with our team of Morgan Uber, Max Starks, and Mike Cousins.
Jim, a pleasure to welcome everybody here inside AT&T Stadium. We are on the Miami side of things. That's the green and orange clad side. The other side is scarlet and gray. The fans over there cheering on the Ohio State Buckeyes. The number 2 seed here in the college football playoff in their 7th college football playoff appearance, matching Clemson for the second most. You might have guessed, Alabama has been in the playoff more than any other team 9 times. Miami, its first college football playoff appearance. And in the first round 11 days ago, they scored 10 points, but that was enough to win 10-3 over Texas A&M at Kyle Field in College Station. Ohio State, Max, in their last game also scored 10 points, but they were on the losing end in the Big Ten championship game, 13-10. They were felled by now the number 1 seed in the playoff, the Indiana Hoosiers. Let's set the stage here. Jim just told you about the great defenses. Ohio State number 1 in the country, Miami number 6 in terms of points allowed, which brings us to your game plan, brought to us by LinkedIn. Hire right the first time with LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/CFB. Terms and conditions apply.
I think the biggest thing you start with on the game plan, Ohio State, Julian Sayin, being in position where you know where Jeremiah Smith is, but you don't have to depend on him. Be able to spread the ball around, make sure you establish the run game early, which is a tough thing to do against this stout Miami defense.
I think you got to take shots at Jeremiah Smith.
To make sure that you're not
I think you got to establish him early. You can't let the first half go by if he doesn't get any targets. You got to give him the ball.
Ohio State's offensive line.
Fuck establishing the run. When you got that guy.
What they give you, don't throw it down the field early. Don't throw into bad coverage. Carson Beck, take it easy. Allow Mark Fletcher to be the pace tempo for your offense in that run game. He's effective on the ground. He will wear this defensive line down if you feed him the football. So those are the things I'm looking at offensively for both of those teams. Of course, if you're Miami, I want sacks. Bain and Messidor, heavy right, heavy left, body punch is how that defensive line is built. Ohio State on the back end, Caleb Downs, best in the country. He can diagnose murder for any opposing offense. So if Caleb Downs, Curry, Arvell Reese and company, if they get in a rhythm, it's going to be really tough for Carson Beck.
When it further comes to game plan is where we send things down to Morgan Uber on the sidelines this evening, where Brian Hartline, the offensive coordinator for the Buckeyes, will be when their season is over, the new head coach at the University of South Florida. So how does that change things up as far as their play calling goes?
Ryan Day is back to calling plays for the first time since the 2023 Cotton Bowl. He told us
Appreciate that like, thank you.
offensive coordinator and him is fired up to be back at it.
Hope you have a great New Year.
His focus had shifted more toward leading and motivating the entire team, but having the 25-day gap between the Big Ten championship and this game, it helped the situation. He said he believes it's best for the offense. And as for quarterback Julian Sayin, he said nothing changes. Quarterback coach Billy Fessler will remain that voice in his ear. Sayin told us Fessler has that calm demeanor and is exactly what he wants and needs in this type of game.
So it's pretty familiar territory for Ryan Day. Last year, Chip Kelly called the plays. He's now been hired as the offensive coordinator at Northwestern. They're making a splash going into the 2026 season, and it's an offense that does not need a lot of help. They've recorded at least one first down, Ohio State, on 88% of drives. That's number one in all of college football.
And nobody comes close to that. And like you said, when you look at all of the weapons, I know we know who Jeremiah Smith is. I know we know who Carnell Tate is, Julian Sayin, C.J. Donaldson, Bo Jackson, no relation, and then Jelani Thurman. You have all of these different guys that you can distribute the football to, so of course you're going to have an easy time. But it's about being smart. Julian Sayin also tends to show a little bit of youngness at times, throwing interceptions on the first two drives of his last two games, so that's something he's going to have to be cognizant of. Don't give the ball up to this Hurricane defense.
The coin toss is complete. Ohio State wins the toss. They defer, so Miami will get the ball first. We're here at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas for the 90th edition of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl. Ohio State with
It's about to
silver
start, I'd
helmets,
say, in about five minutes, I'd say.
jerseys, white numbers, silver pants, and Miami in white helmets, white jerseys, white pants, numbers in green, outlined in orange. Ohio State kicking away from right to left. The senior from League City, Texas. Hometown between Galveston and Houston, about 4 hours from here, is Jaden Fielding. And he's got the ball on the near side hash, ready to kick away from right to left. And Keelan Marion is back deep for Miami, standing in the end zone off to our left. That end zone reads Miami in orange font. The end zone on the opposite side has Ohio State written in block lettering. Sun is set here in North Texas. The Buckeyes stand at their own 30-yard line, sway their arms from right to left. Fielding approaches the ball and puts it end over end from right to left. Marion retreats, takes it 5 yards deep in the end zone, and drops to a knee on the orange letter M. And Miami will have the ball first at its own 25-yard line, coming from left to right. 32 points a game for Miami, was 29th in the country this year. Their quarterback is Carson Beck, second in FBS, only to the opposing quarterback today, Julian Sayin, completing 75% of his passes. Max Carson Beck has postseason experience, 35-5 as a starter.
And Carson Beck has been absolutely revitalized, moving from Georgia down to South Beach in Miami, and he's got a lot different weapons than he had as a Bulldog, and that's where you see a lot of that success being for him.
One of those big ones stands just to his right, Mark Fletcher, the junior running back. They start in the shotgun on 1st and 10, back with a 3-step drop. He's got a clean pocket, floats it short and incomplete to the 30-yard line, looking for the running back Fletcher. Ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage, makes it 2nd and 10.
Yeah, I couldn't see. I looked like Caden McDonald might have been the first guy in the middle at the D-tackle position that got a hand up on Beck. That's where you want to go. You want to go to Fletcher in those moments when they're dropping off into zone, but you got to worry about these defensive linemen and batting down passes.
For the first time tonight, Miami goes out of the pistol formation, 2nd down and 10 from its own 25. It's Fletcher, the running back, 2 yards behind Beck, the quarterback. 2 receivers off to the right. Hand off to Fletcher, who tests his luck off the right side across the 25 to about the 28-yard line, and tackled by the unanimous All-American safety Caleb Downs, who comes up to make the stop. And it'll be 3rd down and 7 for Miami on the game's opening drive.
And Matt Patricia wanted to get Caleb Downs, who's normally a safety, playing down in the box a little bit more than he normally would, quote-unquote, over the center, so you have to account for him in any type of run or pass situations.
3rd and 7. There is no safety deep. Ohio State shows blitz. They send 3. Back on the run. Throws across the middle of the field. That pass incomplete. Looking for a sliding Keelan Marion at the 45, right between the hash marks. And the Miami Hurricanes,
Appreciate that, Raj.
against
Thank
the
you.
#1 defense in college football, 3 and out to start the Cotton Bowl.
And this is exactly what Ohio State wanted to do. Come out, play fast, not show that you're scared of this bigger offensive line that is for the Miami Hurricanes. They had enough pressure on Carson Beck that forced him up into the pocket. Now, Carson actually could have ran in that situation. He had the room,
but he saw Keelan Marion and just kind of forced the ball a little bit beyond him as he was coming on the in-breaking route.
So just a 44-second possession here for Miami as Dylan Joyce takes the snap. The punter boots it away with the right foot from his own 20. From left to right, and it's taken by Brandon Ness at the far side, 21, and he is down immediately. He fell forward, gaining maybe a couple of yards there ahead of the 24-yard line. On a punt of 50 yards, just a 2-yard return. As Cam Bobby Pruitt made the stop on special teams, and number 2 Ohio State has the ball on offense for the first time. Their quarterback, Julian Sayin, the sophomore, 6'1", 208 pounds out of Carlsbad, California, threw only 12 passes last year, backing up Will Howard, who got drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. This year leads the country, completing 78% of his passes.
And Julian Sayin's going to have to be a master chef. He's going to have to carve up this Miami defense when they give them the opportunities.
He's in the shotgun, had 3 receivers off to his right, brings Bo Jackson, the running back, into the backfield, hands it off to him across the 25, 2 yards forward, and then gets plowed over at the 27-yard line. Mohamed Touré, the linebacker, the leading tackler for the Hurricanes defense. First man there on the scene. 13:52 and counting here in the first quarter. No score. Miami punted Ohio State on its first possession of the day. A gain of 3 at 2nd and 7. From their own 28, Sayin is in the shotgun. Snap is back, fakes a handoff, sings it out to the far right side. Incomplete, going for Carnell Tate, and it'll be 3rd and long for the Buckeyes.
And this is also not a situation you want to be in if you are Ohio State. We talked about this. There are 2 menacing guys off the edge for Miami. You have Messidor, Akeem Messidor, and Ruben Bain Jr. coming off the edge. You don't want to be in 3rd and long. You want to be in 3rd.
Sayin's going to have to step up, and he's going to have to throw the football. 45-10, that's what you said.
They start with 4 receivers out to the right of Sayin, and they now motion Jeremiah Smith.
No excuse when you got Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Smith.
3rd and 7 from their own 28-yard line. Sayin walks up to his center, Carson Hinsman. Lets him know the play call change. Waves his right hand, takes the snap. Here comes pressure. And down he goes.
Bang.
To the 16-yard line. Akeem Messidor, the sack leader for the Miami Hurricanes, gets another. A loss of 11. And the Buckeyes will punt.
Mama, there goes that man. You got to watch out for Akeem Messidor. He came right off the edge, and this was something you're going to have to be watching all game. Philip Daniels and the matchup against Ruben Bain and Akeem Messidor. Of anybody on his offensive line, that's probably the one weak spot. They take full advantage. Messidor is a missile off the edge, and Ruben Bain met him there. So it was literally
Miami's defensive line is going to get Bain and Messidor drafted, possibly 3 guys.
This game is the big deal.
4th and 17. Joe McGuire, the native of Melbourne, Australia, gets the punt away from right to left. And Alakai Tony, the wide receiver, calls for a fair catch and makes it at the Miami 39-yard line. 44 yards.
Back-to-back 3 and outs.
So 1 possession in the books for both Miami and Ohio State, and we are scoreless here in Arlington, Texas. 12:49 to go in the first quarter. You're listening to the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today.
I don't think Ohio State's seen a better defensive line this year.
Get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
Bain,
Only on
Messidor,
LinkedIn app.
Jones.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
It's back. The 2026 Silicon Valley Auto Show, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. From EVs to customs and exotics, you can see, touch, even test drive some of the latest models. The Silicon Valley Auto Show, sponsored by CEFCU, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. Purchase advance tickets online and save at svautoshow.com.
The sports leader. You're listening listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio.
What's up, Abe?
On the ESPN app.
CFPHD.com, baby.
State punted on their opening drives. Mike Cousins, Max Starks up in the booth. Morgan Uber down on the sideline where there is no shortage of alumni energy.
This Miami defense, man, they are fired up right now. The first one to greet Bain and Messidor on the sideline, of course, it was Mike Lervin. He came over to the bench, hugging them, kissing these guys on the cheeks. I mean, it was just an epic scene. The Miami defense now playing with some confidence right now. And these are the two best bookends in college football, according to head coach Mario Cristobal. The fact that they're really good at playing the run has really allowed them to become the good pass rushers that they are, guys.
Thank you, Morgan. 1st and 10 for the Hurricanes on their second drive of the game. Fletcher, the running back to the left of Beck. 3 receivers off to the left. Snap is back to Beck. He hands it off to the junior running back who tunnels his way up the middle to about the 42-yard line. Short pickup there on first down for Fletcher, who, Max, in their last game against Texas A&M was quiet until late in the game and ended up with a career-high 172 rushing yards.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Fletcher is a guy, he's a sledgehammer.
Both teams can't run the football.
You just got to keep pounding
It's on
away.
Sands' arm.
Play action on 2nd and 6. Beck takes the check down to Fletcher in the flat left. On first down across midfield. And he's angled out of bounds at the
It's on
Ohio
Beck's
State
arm. It's on Sands'
41-yard
arm.
line by Caleb Downs. Nobody found him sneaking out of the backfield. That's 16 yards and a Miami first down.
And this is what we talked about for Carson Beck. Keep your eyes down low. Stop looking for the deep routes. Don't look for Keelan Marion. Don't look for Malachi Tony early. Allow you to soften the underside of this because they're going to play deep on you and take the underneath. That check down was perfect to Mark Fletcher to the left. Right.
Ohio State defense allowed 8 points a game, the best in college football since 2011 Alabama. 1st and 10, going left to right for Miami at the Ohio State 41. A give to Fletcher, looking to get off left tackle. No, sir. He is hit at the line of scrimmage and dropped. Arvell Reese, the linebacker, along with Caden McDonald. Those are 2 guys who will, not before long, be first-round NFL draft picks.
Yes. Big Ten Defensive Lineman of the Year. Yes. Checkbox, checkbox. He is a big body at 326, and he can move laterally. He will crush you at any opportunity. I felt like they need to work a little bit more to the field side to give Mark Fletcher space as opposed to running into the boundary like they did on that left hash.
2nd down and 9, Miami. 11-10 to go first quarter. No score. In Ohio State territory. Beck with a clean pocket. Check down Fletcher. Bobbles it between the hashes, and it's dropped. The second time that Beck has tried for a check down over the middle to his running back, Mark Fletcher, and come up empty.
Well, and there's a lot of confusion, a lot of bodies in mass in the middle of the field, and that ball actually ricocheted off of the elbow of Fletcher and almost went into the arms of Arvell Reese, but Arvell Reese just did not react fast enough. So a good job there to get away with not giving a turnover.
3rd and 9 for Miami at the Ohio State 39. Fletcher, the running back, sidecar right of Beck in the gun. 2 receivers left and 2 to the wide side right. Snap is back to Beck. Pressure from the backside. Throws a rocket over the middle, and it's caught by C.J. Daniels. He's inside the 30-yard line.
Wow.
It's a first down, a gain of 13. Caleb Downs, the safety, makes the stop, but Beck delivering a sizzler over the middle to move the chains. And now we've got a whistle, and it appears an injured Buckeye. There is some help for Lorenzo Styles, the nickelback. He does walk quickly off the field, so it doesn't appear to be a bad injury at the moment. We'll see more when we hear from the Ohio State sideline.
Yeah, but going back to that play, the vice versa were coming around, the pass rush was coming around the edge. Carson Beck stood, delivered, wait for C.J. Daniels to break off in the middle of that cover 2 zone and found the soft spot. C.J. Daniels did a great job of breaking on the ball, making the catch, and getting upfield.
They go Wildcat here. It's the wide receiver Malachi Tony in the shotgun. He takes the snap, runs up the middle, gets to the 25-yard line, falls forward to about the 23, picking up about 4
Hey, what's up,
yards
Jennifer?
there. Defensive tackle Caden McDonald on the stop.
They're playing well right
ACC
now.
Rookie of the year,
10-point
first team
underdog.
All-ACC. They don't call it the Wildcat for Malachi Tony. They call it
Mallycat.
the Mallycat.
And here's the thing, Malachi Tony has a beautiful arm. Threw a touchdown in that pit game at the quarterback position, but it can also run it. So they like to utilize him in a lot of different ways. Good to hear his name called early and getting him involved.
2nd and 6, Miami at the Ohio State 23. Man in motion to the far side left. 3 receivers set. Beck is on the move to the 25 and falls forward to the 20-yard line, tackled by Caden Curry, the fast defensive end out of Greenwood, Indiana. They face 3rd and 9 earlier on the drive. This will be much more manageable for the Hurricanes. 3rd and 3, 9:30 first quarter, no score here in the Cotton Bowl.
And this is what a healthy Carson Beck looks like. Being able to move around, sometimes take that risk and rush the football. If you don't see anything open downfield and you see a lane, just take it and go. I think that was one of the biggest things that you didn't see early on in the season because he was kind of injured. Said he didn't feel good until around the SMU game, and now we're seeing that utilizing the legs of Carson Beck.
They're loaded up big on 3rd and 3 at the Buckeye 20. I formation, extra offensive lineman. It's Fletcher who takes the handoff, plunges ahead, and appears to be short of the line to gain.
Gotta go for it.
The corner sneaking in there to help make the stop.
How often are you ever going to get a chance in Ohio State without
And it was
this?
Ohio State ball. It came out on the play. Ohio State
Oh
comes
no,
away with the
fumble.
ball, and Miami turns it over with 8:51 to go here in the first quarter. Peyton Pierce, the sophomore linebacker from Lucas, Texas, back in the Lone Star State, comes up with a huge play.
And I'm watching the replay and just say, put your face in the fan is the best way of describing this. First hit by Davison Igmanson, but then finished off at the end of that. And what a great job by this Ohio State defense just to go and attack it, get a turnover, a critical situation. That was at least a field goal for Miami's offense. Now in that moment, you lose the opportunity and now you're gone.
And a field goal was no short thing in their last game, but we're indoors today. Win not a factor. 8:51 to go in the first quarter.
They weren't
and
kicking a
turnovers
field goal
already
there.
a factor. No score
They were
between
gonna go for
Miami and
that
Ohio
4th
State.
and 1.
Buckeye ball when we return. This is the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom designs that let everyone know who you're rooting for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing stacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN, 1 free year of Perplexity Pro, and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
I bet you they get the ball to Jeremiah Smith this drive. First play, probably like a little bubble screen.
Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Miami, Ohio State, scoreless, 8:51 to go in the first quarter here at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. As Ohio State takes over off a Miami fumble, we now pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff quarterfinal of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Happy holidays from all of us at the sports leader.
No, it's a simulation of the NCAA college football game.
Cumulus Media Station.
Mike Cousins, Max Starks, the two-time Super Bowl
I
champion.
got the real game playing on the radio though.
And Morgan Uber down on the field here inside the home of the Dallas Cowboys, AT&T Stadium. 8:51 first quarter. Ohio State has it 1st and 10 at its own 19-yard line, coming right to left. 0-0 our score.
Appreciate you, Max, for watching, man. Have a great Happy New Year, bro.
Semifinals. Julian
Sayan in the shotgun. Their first drive, 3 and out. Takes a handoff on first down. Throws slot left. Ball is caught at the 23-yard line. And it's all the way out to the 29 on a scramble for Jeremiah Smith. A gain of 10.
Well, it wasn't a bubble screen, but it was to Jeremiah Smith that wanted to get him the ball.
Behind Makai Lemon of USC as the nation's top receiver.
And Jeremiah Smith feeling really good. Has not felt healthy all season. Really, from a quad injury.
Ohio State's got to go no huddle. No tempo.
He says he's healthy and he's ready to go.
Try to catch this defensive line off guard.
Target for this Ohio State offense, Julian Sayan. First and 10 Buckeyes, right to left. In gray helmets, scarlet jerseys, pistol formation, 3 receivers to the near side left. Freshman Bo Jackson takes the handoff across the hash, and he runs right into Ruben Bain, the defensive man, who drops him down around the 25-yard line. And Bain did that with an offensive lineman still pushing him to the sideline.
I mean, he looked more like Bane from the Batman comics in that moment. I mean, he had the left tackle draped on him and still made the play with a left bicep. Like, come on, that's like cartoonish. But he's a guy we saw in warm-ups. We're like, there's no way he's 270, but he plays every bit of 270 on that sideline. He might be a little slim fit, but that dude is a menace.
It was a loss of 2, second and 12, Ohio State from its own 27. Pistol formation, Sayan takes the snap. A handoff and a big hole for Bo Jackson between the hashes to the 35-yard line. So they get back the penalty yardage and then some on a gain of 8, which will set up 3rd down and 4, just past the midway point of a scoreless first quarter.
And Bo Jackson, patience, taking it out the right side, and then met by Zechariah Boiser at the end of that
I bet you the
run.
Raiders drop that guy, Bo Jackson.
Running by Jackson
When he comes out in the draft.
to open up because this defense wants to penetrate and get upfield, but it leaves a lot of open gaps for this Ohio State offense.
C.J. Donaldson is the running back on 3rd and 4. 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the near side left. Sayan is in the shotgun. Now he motions Donaldson, the running back, out to his right. It's just a 3-man rush. Lob ball down the near sideline is incomplete. Going for Carnell Tate, their usual deep threat at O.J. Frederic. Running step for step with him. The cornerback had great coverage there. And Sayan felt that pressure. It is an incomplete pass. It is 4th down, and the punt unit comes on for the Buckeyes. 6:43.
Wow, they got away from Jeremy
Sayan
Smith.
saw single high coverage. That means man-to-man on the outside. So, of course, if I got Carnell Tate on the outside against O.J. Frederic, I'm going to take that one every time. But a great job of keeping the hand fight within Carnell Tate. Got him distracted so he couldn't make a play on the football.
Joe McGuire stands between the hash marks on the right side of midfield. Takes the snap at his own 20. Rolls out right. Boots it from right to left to Malachi Toney, who snares it. It's a fair catch at the 18-yard line between the hash and the numbers on the near side. A punt of 47 yards without a return. 6:36 in the opening quarter here in Arlington, Texas. Miami and Ohio State are stubbornly scoring.
Yeah, it's the real
This is
game.
the college football
I'm going to
playoff
probably get
quarterfinal at the
copyright
Goodyear
for
Cotton
it.
Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio.
No, it's a video game, bro. I'm just a simulation between the computer.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio.
Oh, torn
College football
ACL,
zone.
he's
Power
going,
your
Fletcher's
performance
gone.
with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice cold Monster and dominate your competition.
Non-contact.
Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Rich Eisen here. LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident you're finding top talent.
Thoughts and prayers
Get
for
this,
Fletcher,
employees
man.
hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared
It's
to
going to be a
those
tough
hired
rehab
through the leading
process in
competitor.
LA.
Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at
Gonna go talk to Dr. James
LinkedIn.com/Eisen, then promote
Andrews.
it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's LinkedIn.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
The college football playoff isn't over. Not yet. That epic run, that wild dream, not over till the clock hits 0. Till the stadium shakes. Till the wild things are let loose. Till the trophy
that's
is
the
lifted
radio.
and the confetti falls.
I got the
This
real
is
game
the
going
national
with the fake game going on TV.
You'll feel it. This is the wild world of college football. The CFP National Championship, Monday, January 19th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN and the ESPN app.
It's better than putting my ugly ass on screen. If I had my face on screen, I'd only have like 2 people
Scoreboard
on
update
it.
brought to you by Venmo. Score more with a college-branded Venmo debit card. The Venmo MasterCard issued by Bancorp Bank in a big day for Arch Manning.
Manning at the controls. Will keep. He faked the handoff. He's free up the middle. 35-30, 25-20, 15-10, and into the end zone. A 60-yard touchdown run for Arch Manning. Off the sudden change of the turnover, Manning rushing home and now well over 100 yards on the day.
And 376 total. Sean Kelly with the call. 4 total touchdowns, 2 through the air, 2 on the ground. Texas 41-27 over Michigan in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Still looking for our first points. 6:35 left in the opening quarter. Back to Arlington with Morgan Uber, Max Starks, and Mike Cousins.
Thank you, Jim. Not a lot of offense to speak of thus far.
Hey, what's
Miami
up, turn the
outgaining
page?
Ohio State 45 total yards to 9 with no score. So third drive of the game for Miami. They punted on their first, going 3 and out. Their last was promising. 8 plays, 42 yards, and fumbled deep inside Ohio State territory. They take over deep in their own territory with a 1st and 10 at the 17-yard line. Beck is in the shotgun, a trio off to his left of receivers, and he takes the drop from the 10-yard line. Looks left, now takes off to run. 15-20 up the hash and slides sideways at the 25-yard line, gaining about 8 yards there. Like you said, Max, looking as healthy as he has all year, with both of these teams getting a significant layoff between their last games.
Yeah, significant layoff, and for Carson Beck, like understanding, hey, if the ball is not available to throw, you go through your progression, take off, and right there, great job by the offensive line of clearing a path for him, 4-man rush, great blocking up front, allowing Carson Beck to run free.
2nd and 2, Hurricanes at their own 25, going from left to right. Pistol formation, receiver in motion, C.J. Daniels across the formation, handed off to Fletcher, who powers ahead across the 30, falls down onto his knees at the 31, a 6-yard gain. He gets the first down.
Fletcher's back.
By the cornerback, Jermaine Matthews. Miami moves the chains.
And they should be very happy that Jermaine Matthews was right there and fumbled with Mark Fletcher, because if not, he was gone down the right sideline. So a great play by Jermaine Matthews Jr.
And Fletcher, with his gigantic biceps, was hugging the football to his head, knowing how close he was to a breakaway play. 1st and 10, Hurricanes from their own 31-yard line. Beck, the quarterback, skips up to the center, James Brockermeyer, one of 9 teams in the country with the same starting 5 up front all year. Handoff Fletcher left, through a seam, breaks a tackle to the 40 on the near side right hash, and gets banged down to the ground at the 44-yard line. He goes for 13 yards before he got knocked over by the defensive end, Caden Curry.
And this was inside zone to the left, and he just absolutely blasted Sonny Styles before making a cutback down back to the right side. And Mark Fletcher, I think you have to call him Thunderhead, because, I mean, once he lowers it and you run into him, he is a tough guy to bring down, as evidenced by that last run play.
1st and 10 with 4.5 to go in a scoreless first quarter from their own 44. Beck is in the gun, 3 receivers left. Fletcher, the running back, look left. He throws it left, caught by Tony at the 45. And he's down to the 50. Ball popped loose, and then right back up to his chest at the 49-yard line. So Tony's first catch of the day goes for 5 yards and was very close to being a second turnover of the first quarter for the Hurricanes.
Mr. Wonderful and Malachi Tony meet Mr. Fantastic and Caleb Downs. There's a reason why this guy has been on every impact list, Defensive Player of the Year 2 times, because he can hit you and thump you, and he forced that ball down, and luckily Malachi Tony fell right on top of it on the tackle to secure the ball in possession.
2nd down and 5, 1 yard shy of midfield, and the blue, yellow, and white Cotton Bowl logo. Beck is in the shotgun. Fletcher takes the handoff, jukes left. He gains Ohio State territory to the Buckeye 48-yard line. Will be 3rd and a couple yards. Tackled by Davison Igbinosun. Impressive running display here by Miami, moving the ball well against the Buckeyes defense that allows only 85 rushing yards a game, 5th best in the country.
And Caleb Downs tried to meet him in the hole, but Malachi Tony, a little bit smaller than Mark Fletcher, so you're going to have to keep your eyes up on that tackle. And, second effort by Igmanosa to come in and finish it off after the off-balance hit by Caleb Downs.
Approaching 3 minutes to go here in the opening quarter. No score. Miami and Ohio State. 3rd and 2 for the Hurricanes just across midfield going left to right. Clap in the hand, snap back to Beck. Throws a fastball off to the right. It's caught for a first down by C.J. Daniels as he's tripped out at the Buckeye 39-yard line. First down Miami. Another methodical drive looking very much like their previous drive that ended in a turnover.
And so a lot of attention's getting paid over to the side of Malachi Tony as well as Keelan Marion. So enter C.J. Daniels, third receiver on the team, 37 catches coming into this game, 38-39, 2 so far in this contest. Doing a great job of being the number 3 option for Carson Beck.
Gerard Pringle is in at running back for the first time today. He stands to the left of Beck. First down. Swings it left on a pass. Caught by Tony. Juke steps his way forward to the Ohio State 35, where 4 defenders help bring him down. But he gains 4 yards there. First man on the scene was Cleveland, Ohio native Arvell Reese, who played for Ted Ginn Sr. And they were the first City of Cleveland public high school to win a state championship 3 years ago.
I know you love that little Cleveland, Ohio reference, former residents there. But a great job by Malachi Tony. They're trying to run a little inside tunnel screen to him with a tight end and offensive lineman leading on the way to give him that positive yardage.
2nd and 6 at the Ohio State 35. Beck is in the gun, claps his hands, has the snap. Without pressure, throws long to the near side of the field. It's caught inside the 30 by JoJo Trader. Just his 12th catch of the year. Devin Sanchez tackles him out of bounds. And another Miami first down.
And I know Josiah Trader wants to have those type of moments, especially when his buddy Jeremiah Smith's on the other side and all the accomplishment that he has and their buddies that grew up together, known each other since they've been about 9 years old. So looking to have an impact in this game as well. So you have a little bit of bragging rights when he talks to his buddy. 9th play of this drive. Good job by Miami sustaining this confidence.
1st and 10 at the Ohio State 29. No score. 1:10 to go in the first quarter. Pistol formation. Pringle is the running back behind Beck. They give it to him after having 1 carry last week, and he runs right up the hash mark across the 25 to the 21-yard line and gains 8 yards there. The freshman from Tampa, that's only his 60th carry of the year compared to 160 for Mark Fletcher. So they're showing their depth at running back now inside a minute to go in the first quarter.
And let me tell you, Markel Bell and Matthew McCoy, that is beef. That beef went straight up, and Pringle did not have to make a decision except for follow the butt cheeks of the big offensive lineman, and good things will happen.
2nd and 2 from the Ohio State 21. 30 seconds first quarter. 2 tight ends and 2 receivers wide to the left. They hand it to Pringle, who runs off left tackle, eclipses the 20 between the hash marks, and gets to the 19. He may be just 1 yard shy of that first down marker on what looks like it'll be the final play of the first quarter.
So this is where Miami has the advantage. That offensive line is humongous, and they are just going forward. They're daring this Ohio State team to blitz because they will throw it over the top. But that offensive line is doing a heck of a job early of pushing and bullying this defensive line for those guys. This minute drive small.
They ate up almost the final half of the opening quarter, and we played 15 scoreless minutes here in Arlington, Texas, between Miami and Ohio State. Second quarter is next.
You guys think Miami's going to punch it in right here?
Final of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. ESPN
Something
Radio
just
and
tells
the
me
ESPN.
Ohio State's going to bend in that break. Either get a turnover, force another field goal.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro. Like it never even happened.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
No way.
2016.
Are you really eating during the commercial
The
break?
game's going on, but the
These
team
Factor meals keep
stats
my head in
is
the
showing.
game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
This is the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Start of the second quarter, no score between Ohio State and Miami. Mike Cousins, Max Starks up in the booth. 11th play of the drive coming up for the Buckeyes. Morgan Uber down on the field. The Buckeyes defense doing that without one of their regulars.
Nickel Lorenzo Styles came off the field grabbing his right shoulder. He went into the tent and has been back out on the sideline. The training staff said they plan to reevaluate him in another 10-15 minutes, but he has been on the sideline with his helmet right now.
Thank you, Morgan. 1st and 10 for the Hurricanes, now coming right to left as they flip the field here inside AT&T Stadium. The ball directly between the hash marks at the Ohio State 18-yard line. It's a pistol formation. Carson Beck takes the snap, hands it off.
No, he's on the last year's game.
15-yard line right side, taking down Caleb Downs at the 13-yard line of Ohio State. A gain of 5. You look at that first quarter, Ohio State had a total of 9 yards. They're on defense right now, but it was their fewest in any quarter since the first quarter against Michigan in 2017.
And think about this. This is the 3rd straight quarter that Ohio State has not put points on the board. So it's been better than 45 minutes since the last time they've actually scored in their favor.
Miami quarterback Carson Beck, 6 of 9 on the day through the air. They've got the ball 2nd and 5, the Buckeye 13-yard line. He's got the snap, looks near side left, flings it out. Caught at the 11-yard line, C.J. Daniels, and he steps out of bounds under the pressure of the corner, Davis and Igbenogson. Second time they've run that type of play to the wide side of the field looking for Daniels, and it didn't come up with much.
Well, it's a now route concept because C.J. Daniels on the line of scrimmage. Igbenogson is playing off coverage because he doesn't want to get beat off of the jump and give up a deep play because he is an ISO man over there on that wide side of the field. So it's a long developing play, but you still want to see short, consistent, positive yardage. And Beck on this drive already 5 of 5 for 29 yards.
No, I can't show the game, bro.
Right side of the offensive line on 3rd and
I actually tried doing it for a while,
but it could be play action. 90 seconds into the second quarter.
but it eventually caught up to me, and I got an actual couple of
And he's inside the pylon. Touchdown, Miami.
No way.
6-0. Hurricanes out in front of Ohio State with 13:31 to go in the second quarter.
Schemed perfectly by Shannon Dawson. Got Ohio State all up in the box and did not have a man situation. Then just ran a flare route out to the left to Mark Fletcher. And Fletcher just gets outside of Sonny Styles, catches the ball, back shoulder fade, and runs into the end zone for the score.
Now here is Carter Davis for the extra point. His first kick of any kind since the final kick of his game against Texas A&M. He missed 3 of 4. This extra point is good. And it's 7-0 Miami against the best defense in the country that gives up only 8 points a game. Miami 7, Ohio State
I'm doing insane right now. No excuse. You got Parnell Tate, Jeremiah Smith.
31 second quarter. You're listening to the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms. Casino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
It's back. The 2026 Silicon Valley Auto Show, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. From EVs to customs and exotics, you can see, touch,
yeah, they put together a good job right there.
The Silicon Valley Auto Show, sponsored by
Surprisingly, Ohio State only gives up 8
through the
points per
11th
game.
at the Santa Clara Convention Center. Purchase advance tickets online and save at svautoshow.com.
So to get a touchdown on them,
The sports leader. You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Early second quarter, 13:31 on the clock, and it's Miami with a 7-0 lead over Ohio State. Hurricanes quarterback Carson Beck finding his running back Mark Fletch in the left flat for a 9-yard touchdown pass. And now the pressure goes back on the Buckeyes, who were perfect during the regular season. Their only loss in the Big Ten championship game, Max. They scored 10 points in that game. They have not been held to 10 points or fewer in back-to-back games in 38 years. But through the first quarter and 90 seconds, they look vastly outmatched. A lot of time to turn that around, though.
And you talked about it, last time they lost and scored 10 points. Well, they haven't scored a point since the end of the second quarter against that Indiana team. So for this team, the confidence starts to creep at you a little bit because you haven't been putting the ball in the end zone or through the uprights. So for them, I think, Ohio State, you're going to have to get a little bit more creative because that last drive, the way that Miami offense handled that vaunted defense for Ohio State, you need to give those guys a blow and get a drive-sustaining time of possession for Ohio State to give them a break because they know they got to go do battle. They were just on the field for 8 minutes.
Carter Davis kicking away from right to left in the white clad from head to toe Miami Hurricanes. And it's an end-over-end boot to the end zone that reads Miami in orange and white. He clears the end zone. Caught nicely, I should add, by a photographer on his knees behind the end zone. Doesn't count for anything, but it'll look good on social media.
And somebody caught that out of the photographers. I'm sure a buddy was watching that and probably got that for him. Light blue vest, great job.
First and 10 at the 25-yard line for the Buckeyes. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Morgan Uber down on the field. We are glad to have you with us today with a triple header of college football coming tomorrow, all here on ESPN Radio with the first game kicking off at noon Eastern. So the Buckeyes, Julian Sagan, just 1 of 3 for 10 yards. The team total has netted 9 yards. He's in the shotgun.
Sagan's got to show me something right here.
And the tight end is Max Clare, the Purdue transfer, wing left, the receiver to either side. Snap is back. It's a fake handoff. Play action. Sagan has all the time he wants. Unloads deep down the middle of the field. Jeremiah Smith
Got him.
catch. And he's tackled from behind inside the Miami 20-yard line.
There you go.
There is the answer Ohio State desperately needed.
There's a healthy
It's a bad man right there.
Ohio State. And the offensive line, beautiful protection up front. Julian Sagan could have pitched a tent, also built an Adirondack chair back there because of all that pocket time, and just unloaded an absolute missile to Jeremiah Smith. Field flipping type of play, and they are in the red zone, and they are in striking distance.
59 yards from Sagan to the sophomore Jeremiah Smith. Just inside the right hash, heading to the right end zone. 7-0 Miami in the lead. Buckeyes first and 10 at the Hurricanes' 16-yard line. Snap back to Sagan. Takes a handoff. Pressure up the middle. And down he goes. Ruben Bain. And it's a second sack of the evening for the Hurricanes defensive line.
Just when you feel good about yourself, Ruben Bain goes and lets you know that you are not doing as well as you think you're doing right there. He made quick work of Austin Searveld off the edge, came to the inside. Julian Sayin had no shot. It was like a lamb sitting right there, connected to the thing when Tyrannosaurus Rex comes through.
Lawsuit 2nd and 16 for Ohio State at the Miami 22. Sayin takes the snap, swings it left, and it's intercepted. It's going to be a Miami pick six.
Wow.
Keontae Scott at the 20, the far side 10, into the end zone. A 70-yard interception to the house for the Hurricanes, and it's 13-0. A Miami party has broken out at AT&T Stadium.
Mike, what did I just witness there? That was timed up perfectly by Keontae Scott. They were trying to throw a slot screen out to the left side, the wide side of the field. Keontae Scott read that at the snap, jumped the ball, and he caught that in stride, and nobody was even near in the area to give chase to Keontae Scott, playing that nickel position. And we have about to be 14-0 game, the largest deficit Ohio State has faced all season.
Extra point. Got it. 14-6. Hurricanes in the lead in their first appearance ever in the college football playoff.
Wow, a 59-yard bomb is Smith
over the Ohio State Buckeyes with 11:49 to go in the second quarter. And Julian Sayin will have the ball again when we return here to AT&T Stadium. This is the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big
Don't drink Dr. Pepper.
College football. It's a pepper thing. Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus the front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate. Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Rich Eisen here. Hiring for your small business can feel like a full-time job, but LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant takes the heavy lifting out of it. It filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily, so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI Assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. This is the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
A 72-yard pick six has the Miami Hurricanes off with 14-0 over Ohio State. 11:49 second quarter here in Arlington, Texas. Mike Cousins, Max Starks up in the booth, and Morgan Huber down on the sideline where Ohio State's cheeks are about as red as their jerseys.
Jeremiah Smith said coming into this game, he knew he was going to have to keep his emotions in check. Being from the Miami area, guys, he just came off the sideline slamming his helmet to the ground. Mouthpiece went flying, and offensive coordinator, wide receiver coach Brian Hartline has been calming him down for the last several minutes.
And Ohio State is about to get the kickoff here from right to left. It's in the air from Carter Davis, 9 yards deep into the end zone. And James Peoples has a touchback on the top of the M, the first M in Miami. So it's back to work here now for Julian Sayin, who's 31 touchdowns. We're third in the country. Only threw 6 interceptions. That was number 7. He also led FBS in completion percentage. And even though it's a very 50-50 split here in terms of the fan bases, Miami's fans are making 99% of the noise.
They are very loud and proud right now to be here. Like I said, first college football playoff appearance since that 03 season. So a lot of pent-up aggression from years past and a lot of transgressions and demons wanting to be exercised in this stadium.
Buckeyes trail 14-0. First and 10 of their own 25, 11:49 second quarter. Sayin in the shotgun. Hurricanes show blitz and bring it. Pressure up the middle. Sayin's pass complete near side at the 35 to Jeremiah Smith. He rolls ahead to the 38-yard line for a gain of 13 to Smith, whose college choice came down to these two schools, Miami and Ohio State. He's from Miami Gardens, Florida. Said this week, if Miami were a better team at the time he had to make his choice, he probably would have stayed home. Instead, he went to play for the Buckeyes.
Not a bad decision. They won a championship last year, so it's not like he did a bad thing.
First down at 10, their own 38-yard line. Ball was on the near right hash. Sayin, three receivers near side. Hands off to the West Virginia transfer, C.J. Donaldson, with a clear running lane all the way ahead to the 50-yard line. For the senior from Miami. Connections everywhere you look, and he rumbles for 12. First down to midfield for Ohio State.
And just a beautiful job. Philip Daniels, they pulled what we call the GT count, the guard and the tackle from the right side, pulled around to the left. Great patience by C.J. Johnson and able to dart his way up and move this ball into Miami territory.
First and 10 Buckeyes, 10:40 to go second quarter. They're down 14-0 here in the college football playoff against Miami. Sayin in the shotgun. Miami shows pressure again. Play action. Fling it deep left for Jeremiah Smith. And the pass incomplete. O.J. Frederick had one-on-one coverage against Jeremiah Smith and came up the victor that time.
And it was a good job because that ball was thrown a little bit high by Sayin. Sayin trying to throw the jump ball to Jeremiah Smith just sailed a little bit to him to the outside. So even if he was able to go and make a play on the ball, I'm not sure he would have landed in bounds.
There was some bumping there on the route. The Ohio State sideline was putting their palms to the sky to say, hey, where's the yellow flag? We haven't had a single penalty in this game thus far, and we've got 10:27 to go second quarter. Second down and 10. Buckeyes have two receivers to the left as they work at midfield, one to the near side right. Sayin takes the snap. Pressure comes, and he is brought down at the 35-yard line. He got away from 1, 2, but not number 3, Akeem Mesidor.
Number 3 for the third sack of this game.
Oh, you messed up there. You messed up there. I saw you. So you guys are real people, aren't you? You must come from some Discord.
Pushed him back. Then Ruben Bain tried to make the play, and then Akeem Mesidor finished things off, and a big loss on the play for Ohio State.
14-yard loss to third and 23.
What do you do? Just control V? Try to get people copyrighted? I get it.
Three-man rush. They get there. It's a screen set up for C.J. Donaldson. He makes the catch out of the backfield and is brought down shy of the original line of scrimmage by the linebacker Wesley Bassane. So they got back double-digit yardage there, but still it'll be fourth down and double-digit yards to go. Officially 4th and 11 for Ohio State. So they gave up a touchdown, they gave up a pick six, come back onto the field, and now they're going to have to punt it away with a chance to pin Miami deep in its own territory.
This game, this Miami defense has just been ferocious against the rush, and they've done an amazing job of making Julian Sayin uncomfortable and forcing him to do uncharacteristic things.
Buckeyes punter Joe McGuire kicks from his own 35 from left to right. Malachi Toney stands inside the numbers at the 11 and makes the fair catch for the Hurricanes, a 40-yard punt. 8:53 remaining in the first half. Miami with the ball and a 14-0 lead over the Ohio State Buckeyes. This is the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I think Dane Mesidor giving Sayins problems.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. One free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Miami 14, Ohio State nothing. 8:53 to go, second quarter. Already the second most points allowed by the Buckeyes this season. Mike Cousins, Max Starks up in the booth. Before we get back underway, let's go down to Morgan Uber on the sideline.
Ohio State training staff right now working on quarterback Julian Sain's left knee, cleaning it up, and he is unfazed right now, continues to have the headset on, looking at iPad film, and that's one of the best characteristics that teammates and coaches say about him is his even-keeled personality, guys.
He's going to need a lot of resolve to come back in this game, Max. Entering tonight in the college football playoff, teams are 6-34 when trailing by at least 14 points.
And you have to remember, the teams that have had a bye have not won their opening game in the playoff going back to last year. They're 0-4 right now. So Ohio State's also fighting that as well to make sure that the layoff is not a bad thing going into this playoff format.
Miami played 11 days ago. Ohio State 25 days ago.
A lot of rest.
First and 10 Miami after a Buckeyes punt, and the Hurricanes coming right to left in white jerseys from their own 11-yard line. On the far side hash, Carson Beck in the shotgun. He's completed his last 7 passes. Running back Mark Fletcher to his right. Play clock is down to 3 for the Canes, and Beck, the Georgia transfer, takes the snap, hands it off to Fletcher, who comes up the middle across the 10 to the 11-yard line. Maybe a gain of 1 on the play. Stopped by Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle for the Buckeyes.
And Caden McDonald does a great job on James Brockermeyer, just locking him up and pushing him back and getting the straight arms and kind of dish-ragging him to the side, making the play on Fletcher.
Second down and 10. Beck takes the snap, flings it out to the right. Ball is caught, and that is a Miami first down on the far side edge. C.J. Daniels makes the catch, already his 5th catch of the day. Good for 11 yards.
And C.J. Daniels having a nice job. Once I said, number 3 receiver in this Miami offense was going to get a lot of attention. C.J. Daniels getting just that because they're so worried about Keelan Marion and Malachi Toney, who have the burner speed up the field. They're playing off coverage, so C.J.'s able to be a benefactor of some of the underneath stuff.
And Daniels by himself has more catches than Ohio State does as a team. Beck is under center on first down and 10. And hands it off. A railroad run led up the hash marks to the 25-yard line for Mark Fletcher. That's 3 yards there. Into Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle again. This is a really consequential drive here as we approach the midway point of the second quarter for Ohio State to bend but not break and get a stop and keep this 14-0. Beck is by himself in the shotgun.
It is a video game. It's just got the real game on radio.
The 28-yard line and a fabulous tackle. Keelan Marion is brought down by the freshman quarterback, Devin Sanchez, who wrapped him up and used his body weight to bring him to the artificial turf.
And we haven't seen Lorenzo Styles back in the game yet, so you have to assume there's going to be a mixing and matching of these secondary pieces. Like you said, seeing Sanchez in there, who is normally the backup to Lorenzo Styles, having to have a big moment here and play against some of the top receivers.
Huge opportunity to get off the field for the Buckeyes, down 14-0. 3rd and 3 Miami at its own 29. Beck is in the shotgun. Fletcher, the running back. The quarterback looks to pass. Now he runs up the middle. He's across the 30 to about the 33-yard line. It is very close to the line to gain, and the officials do give him the first down by about half a yard after the tackle by defensive end Kenyatta Jackson. Carson Beck hasn't run for a lot of yards tonight, but he's run 44 yards.
His has been the most important thing for Carson Beck. If you don't see it on that first and second option, get upfield. He saw the hole. And for him, it also keeps his completion streak alive. He's at 9 straight right now in the contest.
And now we've got a whistle. Play is stopped.
On the field is the runner made the line to gain. The previous play is under video review.
Yeah, he looked like he got about at least a half-yard good spot.
Miami in the lead. All of their scoring has come here in the second quarter with 13:31 to go. Carson Beck hit Mark Fletcher for a 9-yard touchdown pass. And then just moments later, a 72-yard pick six by Keontae Scott out of the Miami secondary. So as we watch the replay, Max, what do you see with Carson Beck, the quarterback, carrying the ball?
I'm seeing that his knee actually hit at that 42-yard line where he needed to get. And I'm watching it. Yeah, the knee hits at the 42. Ball is above the knee area. So, 43-yard line. So he gets beyond the line to
I think he's short. They're going to go for it. His quarterback sneak it. Push it.
This is going to be upheld.
So Daniel Guttrell, our referee, stands between the 20 and 15-yard lines along the near sideline, looking at a video screen on a tripod. He's got the headset on, communicating with the replay official here upstairs on our level in the broadcast booth. 6:19 to go, second quarter. Miami 14, Ohio State nothing.
No, I'm not playing the game. The computer's playing it. It's a simulation.
After video review, runner shin was down prior to the line to gain. The ball will be placed at the 31.5-yard line.
I think you got to go for this. Push it, keep being aggressive.
So they're deep in their own territory. This is a spot where they could choose to gamble. Things have been going their way today, but it might also be tempting fate here in a game where if you lose, your season is over. And Mario Cristobal, the Hurricanes head coach, is livid. He is using a very versatile four-letter word to let the officials know.
It's a noun. It describes a person, place, or a thing, or apparently a decision as well. So I don't blame him, because watching that, when you look at it, yes, the shin goes down, but the knee is going down simultaneously, which is at the yard to gain at the 42, and the ball is in front of the 42-yard line. So once again, not going to argue the officials.
6 minutes, second quarter. Dylan Joyce with a punt from right to left, and it bounces at the 20-yard line, near sideline, and takes a roll.
Quarterback sneak it. The guy's 6'5".
Inside the 10. They're waving their arms, trying to get gusts of wind behind that ball. What a punt there from Dylan Joyce, who averages 44, and that went for 60, and will give the Buckeyes the ball, but with a 91-yard field to reach the opposite end zone.
I'm watching the replay once again, Mike, and the knee and the shin are kind of connected. And when you look at where the knee hits the line to gain,
as I understand it, the knee bone is connected to the shin bone.
That is correct, and we learned that all in elementary school, but apparently in the officiating cameras, that does not work as well.
5:50 to go, second quarter here at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. Miami 14 and Ohio State nothing. The winner will advance to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on January 8th, where they will face either Mississippi or Georgia. Those two teams play tomorrow. We've got a triple header for you here on ESPN Radio. Kickoff of our first game, the Capital One Orange Bowl, is noon Eastern. Number 5 Oregon, number 4 Texas Tech. Then the Rose Bowl, where I texted our colleague Mark Kestisher. Rain is in the forecast for tomorrow at the Rose Bowl. You thought it might never happen. Tarp on the field today. That is number 9 Alabama versus number 1 Indiana. And then the All-State Sugar Bowl, 8 Eastern, number 6 Mississippi, and number 3 Georgia. So Ohio State will get the ball here for the 5th time. They've punted 3 times. The only time they didn't was a pick 6, and that led to the second touchdown of the day for Miami. So things have looked somewhat promising at times for the Buckeyes, and then they've either sputtered out or turned it over. Still just 86 total yards of offense, 5:50 to go before halftime.
And, I mean, listen, the defense did their job, right? They got the stop. They got decent field, well, they thought they were getting decent field position, so that ball started catching hurricane gale force winds as it went towards the end zone. But you have to do something here. You have to respond. You get the ball coming out of the half, which is important for them, so they can have a possibility. You chew up this drive, end with points, you could potentially have a double score opportunity to get back into this game. But the first step is you cannot shoot yourself in the foot. You cannot make the mistakes that they've been making in this game. Consistency has to be key, and that offensive line has to hold up for saying. They've done it in moments, hence why we had a 59-yarder to Jeremiah Smith. But in those tight moments where you've got to have it moments, things have broken down, and it's been Bain and Messidor who have created havoc in the backfield.
Julian Sayem, the quarterback for the Buckeyes, 4 of 8, 94 yards. As you mentioned, 59 of those on one pass to Jeremiah Smith. He's caught 3 of the 4 passes. The other was a screen pass to their number 2 running back, C.J. Donaldson, that went for 12 yards. So the Buckeyes break their huddle from the far sideline. Their fans today have mostly been sitting on their hands. Not much to cheer about, but they could have it here on this drive against a Miami defense that is almost as good as Ohio State's. Miami this year allowed just 13 points a game.
Hey, what's up, Julio?
Had 7 sacks last week and have had no trouble getting the job done today against Sayem. He opens in the pistol formation. Motions the tight end Claire from the near side right off to the left. It's a handoff to Bo Jackson. Running around the left side, and he is dropped. Mohamed Toure, the running back, came across the formation and swung Jackson down to the ground. A gain of maybe 1 on the play.
And Toure just picked an angle, found a lane, and then outside zone as they were stretching. And he just knifed through that offensive line, making the play. And we have not heard Carnell Tate's name called except for intended receiver.
2nd and 10, Sayem rolls left. His throw is flipped ahead and incomplete. He was looking for the tight end clear at the 12-yard line outside the numbers. Rather, Will Kazmarek, one of 4 tight ends that are used. And when the ball got to Kazmarek, boom, so did the defense.
That's called a hospital ball right there. That ball was thrown high, and Kassir tried to go up at high point. And the problem was there was a hurricane that was right in his face. Mohamed Toure went straight for the rib cage and crumpled him down real quickly.
Ohio State has not converted a 3rd down yet today. 5:19 to go 2nd quarter. 3rd and 10 from their own 9-yard line left hash. Sayem tries to calm his offensive line, walks up, surveys the defense. Now backpedals to his own 4-yard line. He takes the snap, stands up in the pocket, looks left, throws left, and throws it out of bounds. He got sped up. He was looking for C.J. Donaldson and threw it past the running back and out of bounds. And the Buckeyes will punt for the 4th time in 5 possessions today, and it'll come from their own end zone.
Chase Smith came with a blitz up on the inside. He was sitting over the right offensive side, looped to the inside behind his big D tackle, and David Blay, and gets right in the face of Sayem in the end zone. Had to get rid of it, or else that would have been a safety. So smart play to get that ball out of bounds into a receiver in the area.
Ohio State punter Joe McGuire did not want to be this busy. He kicks it from his own goal line, left to right, a wobbling ball to the numbers far side of the 40. Tony takes it there. He's across the 40-yard line between the hashes and then covered up around the 42 as he stutter step left to right, thinking he might have an opportunity.
I wonder if you're going to see the Maui Cat formation.
Miami does not get quite as advantageous field position as it could have there without either a good punt or with a better return. Still, 5:02 to go 2nd quarter. Hurricanes 14, Buckeyes nothing, and Miami with the ball.
And Malachi Tony is a very electric return man. So for Ohio State, they just need to get in the area and try and corral him because he can bust one loose if you give him the opportunity. Like I said, he's not just a receiver. He's not just a Wildcat or Mallycat quarterback. He is also an exceptional punt returner as well. This kid can do it all.
1st down and 10 for the Hurricanes between the hash marks at their own 42, going from right to left. Carson Beck, 10 of 13. Quarterback is under center with Fletcher in the backfield. It's play action, steps up, has all the time he wants, throws near side hash, caught at the Ohio State 45-yard line as Keelan Marion brings it in right in front of the quarterback, Jermaine Matthews. 14 yards, 1st down Miami.
They get credit on defense, too.
Distribution between the 2 teams. Ohio State, only 2 guys have caught the ball for them, C.J. Donaldson and Jeremiah Smith. For Miami, they've had 5 different receivers make catches in this ball game. So Carson Beck's distributing the football evenly in this game.
And he's completed his last 10 pass attempts. 1st and 10 at the Ohio State 44. 14-0 Hurricanes. Handed off, Fletcher off the left side, got tripped up at the 41-yard line. He gains 3. Might have been more. It looked like he might have slipped on the artificial turf.
Yeah, caught a little bit of that turf.
I'm not making any excuses, but you got to take the 25-day layoff and not playing the game.
And a good job the edge by David Igbinosun, who's been very busy tackling on the edges on Mark Fletcher today. But this offensive line, it's just a thing of beauty when you see them double team at the point of attack.
Now they spread the field wide. Ball is on the near left hash. Two receivers out wide to the left. Too tight of the numbers to the near side right on 2nd and 6. They send Fletcher out wide left. Swing it to the near side. Keelan Merriman off a quick pass. Goes across the 40. Gets to the 37-yard line. Set up 3rd down and short for Miami as they let the clock run here. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go in the first half and a 2-touchdown advantage.
Chew, 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 and not the train, but it's chewing up the clock here in time of possession. That's the key here, and that's when you have a big offensive line, that's what you want to do. You want to chew up the grass and chew up the time and not allow that opposing offense to get on the field.
3rd and 3, Miami. The Ohio State 37, right on the cusp of field goal range. Beck welcomes the running back Fletcher into the backfield, standing to his left, and Hurricanes take a timeout.
Miami, it is their first. It will be 30 seconds.
3:06 to go second quarter. Miami 14, Ohio State nothing. Mike Cousins, Max Starks up in the booth. Morgan Uber is down on the sideline. Scoreless first quarter, and Miami has taken a 2-score lead here in the second. 1 on offense, 1 on defense.
And it's been dominating for both of those reasons. Like you said, offensively, being able to enforce your will and just lean on this Ohio State defense, who's predicated on speed, movement, and usually overpowering the opponent. Well, they met their match in this type of team because the offensive line for this Miami Hurricanes team, 345, 325, 295, 345, and 335. That's a lot of mass up front, and the smaller guy being your center.
Appreciate that like, thank you.
Lean on that defense, and of course, the crowd cheering for Michael Irvin. I saw Warren Sapp also in the audience. They showed him on the big screen. So I know there's a lot more U alumni down there somewhere stalking the sidelines.
Out of the Miami timeout, 3:06, second quarter. They spread the field wide with 4 receivers. 3rd and 3 at the Ohio State 37. Fletcher, the running back, takes the handoff, meets resistance at the line of scrimmage, keeps pushing forward, but he is short of the line to gain. Taiwan Malone, the 309-pound defensive tackle, pushing him backwards. So it's 4th down, about 3 to go here, and they are around the 37-yard line and in a huddle.
No man's land right here, probably like both of them.
Here, 4th and 2. They are putting the pressure on here late in the first half. 2:35 before halftime. Back in the shotgun. A trio of receivers to his right, 1 to the near side left. Fletcher is his running back. Ohio State, 4 down linemen, 2 ready to blitz off the edge. 5-man rush. Back, throws right. It's caught for a first down at the 30-yard line. Complete to the freshman Malachi Tony. He got wrapped up immediately around the legs
The
by
Malachi.
Jermaine Matthews. But Max, a difference maker all day, as this is going to take us down to the 2-minute timeout here, has been the amount of time that Carson Beck has had in the pocket, which is as much as he wants.
And he has not felt any real pressure in this game. And an offensive line also anchored by your right tackle, Francis Mainoa, who is a first-team consensus All-American, is doing a great job on Hayden Curry and not allowing for that edge pressure to come in the face of Carson Beck. And like you said, having all the receivers that they had, they spread it out to 5 different receivers have caught balls from Carson Beck. 12 straight completions in a row lets you know that he is not feeling any stress at all from the opposing defense.
2-minute timeout here at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl. Miami 14, Ohio State nothing. As we mentioned, Carson Beck has been great. And for more on the 6th-year Miami quarterback, let's go down to Morgan Uber.
Well, coming into this season, Beck
Oh, you
adopted
messed
the
up,
new
bro.
mindset of focusing on trying not to be
NCAA
Superman, although he's
HD.
looked like a superhero
I already know before you
in
say
this
it.
first half after having to surgically repair
Don't
his
even
right
do it.
elbow.
Don't even
After the
do it.
injury he suffered last December in the
Messed up.
SEC championship game,
Sign
he was
in,
healthy
sign
enough
out
to go
again.
through fall camp, start the season. But Coach Dawson said he wasn't really letting it rip, and as the season went on, there
There
was
you
really
go.
a point in time where
Did
he
you sign in
saw
the
his
QB on that
quarterback
one?
more in a rhythm, playing loose and free. And in these last 4 games, it's really harder to find a hotter quarterback, guys, in the country right now.
Well, at Georgia, they went 24-3 in 2 seasons as the starter. But as you mentioned, had the injury, was out late last year, has 2 national championship rings, but that was as the backup to Stetson Bennett in 2021 and 2022. He's 23 years old, 35-5 as a starter, and his offensive line has made life very convenient for him as the They just picked up a first down on a fourth down conversion, and they're going to have it 1st and 10 deep in Ohio State territory.
And just to give you kind of a little bit behind the tape here, I mean, when I look at just what they've been able to do, you know, it's only 176 yards of offense to Ohio State's 87, but 104 of those have been in the air. And the 72 on the ground, he's contributed a good amount to helping in that rushing game. He has 14 yards on 3 carries along the way. You said he hasn't been rushing that much, but when he has rushed, it's been in opportune times. He almost got the first down on that last drive. I mean, we could debate where the spot should have been, but just having that sixth sense of knowing when to let go and just run it instead of trying to hold on for the perfect play, which I felt like he did last year at Georgia. Was you have to be the best pocket passer. You have to make the best throw to the receiver. You can see a looser bet that's allowed to kind of freestyle a little bit more in this offense, given his experience at the quarterback position.
And what a series of back-to-back years Miami has had with quarterbacks. Cam Ward with the Tennessee Titans now as a Heisman Trophy winner, and Carson Beck. His completion percentage, second best in college football this year at 75%. For what it's worth, here has become
yeah, it's 14-0, but this is actually just a video game, bro. It's simulation.
The college football playoff semifinal at the Fiesta Bowl against Clemson in December of 2016, when the college football playoff only had 4 teams. 14-0. Miami leads Ohio State, and the Hurricanes in white jerseys moving right to left at 1st and 10 at the Buckeye 30-yard line. Ball is on the far right hash.
Oh, no playoff live this time. I'm getting kind of lazy on me, CD.
Takes a thigh-high snap. Pumps left, looks over the middle, now steps up, and he is hit and dropped at the 35-yard line. The first sack of the game for Ohio State. Edric Houston, the defensive tackle, coming through. I think you might call that a coverage sack for the Buckeyes.
Yeah, coverage sack, and, you know, for Carson just stepped up right into the funnel that Ohio State had provided, because there was an opening out to the left, but he leaked it out into the right side. Obviously, that's where your eyes go naturally as a right-handed quarterback. You don't look to the back door area, but they're able to corral him, and that's the first big play they've had to be able to stymie this offense and really move them back in negative yardage.
Timeout, 1:54 to go. Here in the second, 14-0, Miami in the lead. It is a little bit jarring to look at, as you mentioned moments ago, the yardage total. Just 170 for the Hurricanes to 87 for Ohio State. But if you're joining us late, our scoring was zilch in the first quarter, 0-0 going into the second. Then 90 seconds into the second quarter, Beck connected with Mark Fletcher, the running back of the flat, for a 9-yard touchdown pass. And then just 2 minutes later, a 72-yard pick six by Keontae Scott made it 14-0 Miami. So now we're looking at almost 10 minutes of game time where there's not been any scoring since then.
It comes in bunches.
Timeout was called by the Buckeyes, so each team has 2 remaining with 1:54 to play in the first half. Miami 2nd and 15 after the sack. They bring Tony in motion. They flip it to him. He's hitting the backfield, and it goes down. Sonny Styles, the linebacker, was running step for step with Tony, and you can imagine how many hours of film he spent watching and waiting for that exact play.
Yeah, waiting for the jet sweep to happen.
I want that to Styles.
Triggers as soon as he sees Malachi Tony coming in motion, and just beats the left tackle, Markel Bell, on the block to the edge, and that's back-to-back for loss for this Buckeyes defense. So getting a little bit of momentum at the right time and trying to preserve some time on the clock to try and have a 2-minute drill opportunity of their own to put some points on the board before they get this ball come out in the second half.
Another Ohio State timeout. They're down to 150 in the first half, 14-0 Miami. After the tackle for loss there by Sonny Styles, reminds me of something funny that was put out on social media this week, where Ohio State teammates of the linebacker were asked, do you know his real name? It's Alex, but Sonny comes from his fiery disposition given to him by his dad as a young kid from Sonny Corleone in The Godfather.
Oh, okay, well, hey, not bad company there if you're a movie buff at all. But Sonny Styles, 74 tackles without a miss. That's number 1 in FBS this season.
3rd and 20 for Miami. Beck's got the snap against just a 3-man rush. Deep ball, single coverage, far sideline, incomplete as it bounces into the end zone. Looking for Keelan Marion with Devin Sanchez. The true freshman out of Houston has been all over the place when his number has been called. And so Miami's offense comes off the field here, 1:44 to go.
And Not to be confused with Lorenzo Styles Jr., who's also on this team with Sonny Styles, but Lorenzo Styles Jr. also out of this game, so it activates Devin Sanchez to be more in these type of situations. And once again, we get in a situation, still no flags in this game with the tight hand fighting that's gone on at the wide receiver and defensive back positions on both sides.
There's a punt, and Dylan Joyce from the right side of midfield kicks it into the near side corner. It's caught by the Hurricanes, and it is down at the 2.
Was amazing.
A gem of a punt, 38 yards down the near sideline, and they couldn't have executed it any better than that. Tiptoeing down the sideline,
4 punts and a pick six. Now you gotta
and Miami getting the job done
run
on
a
special
2-minute drill
teams
at your
there
own 2.
with Armando Blunt doing the job.
I'm watching the pylon cam on that one.
That's where he was, right in front of him.
And he was a pedicure away from being in the end zone.
No polish.
No polish. Just buff.
I'm only laughing because that's what happens when I get when they get the cheese grater out.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably every men's pedicure appointment.
But I won't say no to one.
No, absolutely not.
Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Morgan Uber with you here at the Cotton Bowl. 14-0 Miami over Ohio State. Buckeyes 1st and 10. Snap from their own end zone. Handoff C.J. Donaldson. Rams ahead across the 5 from their own 2 out to the 6-yard line. Colliding with the linebacker Mohamed Touré. Timeout Miami now, preserving what's left of the first half. 1:30 to play. They've got 1 timeout left. Each team with 1 remaining.
And this is just a chess match now, trying to see who can get last possession. And if there's an opportunity to get in a scoring zone for either one of them. But if you're Ohio State, yes, you run this ball to kind of prove that you can run the football, but 1:30, 1 timeout left, you got to make sure you're getting vertical down the field. And that's what's going to be key because you have a long field challenge and you want to get something on the boards. You don't want to get blanked in this entire first half, coming out in the second half and feeling that nature of only half a game left to try and get 2 scores.
We didn't think it was likely, but certainly possible given how good these defenses are. Ohio State lost the Big Ten title game. Their last game scored 10 against Indiana. The last time they scored 10 or fewer in back-to-back games, October of '87.
So when I was 5 years old the last time, you're saying they had that back-to-back.
It has been a while. 2nd and 6 for the Buckeyes from their own 6. Go left to right. Sayin lifts the right leg. The snap is back. He's in the end zone on the eye in Miami. Steps up, runs near side, throws it. Caught by C.J. Donaldson, the running back. Dragged out of bounds by the linebacker Mohamed Touré at the 11-yard line. Will that be enough for the first down? It is. To stop the clock momentarily with 1:21 to go in the first half. The Buckeyes looking for their first points.
And just a monstrous run by Donaldson against Touré, who we know is a tackling machine. He just powers his wills his way out of bounds and past the first down marker.
Buckeyes break the huddle. Scarlet jerseys, gray helmets, gray pants. 2 receivers, wide side of the field left for Julian Sayin, the nation's leader in completion percentage. Takes a handoff, throws right, ball is caught. Carnell Tate, tackled at the 27, his first catch of the day. Tackled by O.J. Frederic. 15 yards to Carnell Tate, a top 10 projected pick by Mel Kiper Jr.
And his first reception on the day, he's been intended a couple of times, but first catch he's been able to make.
1st and 10, Sayin, check down throw near side. Donaldson, the running back with the grab, hit hard out of bounds at the 35-yard line for a gain of about 8. Jacoby Thomas, the safety, the second leading tackler for Miami, angles him out of bounds.
And just a swing route out to the right. Once again, seeing where these sideline routes are going, you look down the field and then having that pressure relief of C.J. Donaldson running the swing, knowing that when he catches it, he has a good propensity to get the ball out of bounds and stop the clock.
Donaldson goes to the far sideline for a breather. Bo Jackson, the freshman, returns to the game, standing to the right of Sayin in the gun. The sophomore quarterback, 7 of 13 on the day, 123 yards, no touchdowns. Snap is back on 2nd down and 2. He throws across the middle, ball's caught at the 40, tackle made at the 45-yard line on Brandon Ennis. Wrapped up quickly, 11-yard pickup. First down again. It's hurry-up mode for the Buckeyes with 1:02 to go in the first half, down 14. They got the ball on the near
near side right hash. Snap to Sayan. Steps up in the pocket, wings it left. The ball is dropped by Ennis. He was just shy of midfield. It hit him in the hands, and he could not hang on.
That was a big hit by Ethan O'Connor playing one-on-one with Brandon Ennis, and he was asking for contact before, but it wasn't because that was a clean hit by O'Connor to jar the ball loose from Ennis.
So the Buckeyes sideline, along the far sideline, letting their displeasure be known to the officials. We are 56 seconds away from halftime. Not a single penalty here in the first half. You never see that.
No, you never see it. These referees are kind of going by the credo, hey, let them play. And they've been doing it absolutely that.
2nd and 10, their own 46. Sayan, check down throw. Donaldson, the running back. Catch, he's into Miami territory, juking his way up the near right hash to the 47-yard line. Not enough for a first down. Clock continues to run. 42 seconds and counting, and they've got one precious timeout remaining. Looking to just get any points before the end of the first half. Two receivers wide left, two to the short side near right. Sayan drops to throw at his own 45. Steps up, he's hit, lets it fly over the middle, and that ball is caught at the 39-yard line by Brandon Ennis on the tips of his fingers with 25 seconds to go in the second quarter. They're scrambling to the line again. Sayan gets everybody set. Two receivers either side, and as he takes the snap, whistles blow the play dead.
Is it the last timeout?
Timeout, Miami. It is their third.
Appreciate that, like, thank you.
Please reset the game clock to 22 seconds.
So that adds one more second onto the game clock. 14-0, Miami leading Ohio State here at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl at AT&T Stadium. Ohio State with one timeout, and they'll need to get, the line of scrimmage here is the 39-yard line. Only a few more yards here to get to the edge of field goal range for Jaden Fielding, the Texas native, whose long is 49.
Yeah, and I know Ryan Day in our meetings earlier before this game said, oh, he's good from 60. I'm like, nah, I don't care how much is not available here. I'm not going for the 60-yarder in this moment. And I'm just looking at Julian Sayan barely got that ball. Ruben Bain had a hurt lock on his left ankle, and converging two other Hurricanes around him before he releases that ball, finds Brandon Ennis, I don't know how, before he falls down. So a great job by Sayan to keep the pocket composure, drive up into the pocket and find that receiver for the first down.
Out of the timeout, it's the Buckeyes going left to right. 3 of their 8 first downs in the first half have come on this drive. 1st and 10 at the Miami 39. Sayan back near midfield, looks to his left. On a crossing route, ball is complete. Carnell Tate. And he's down to the 31-yard line. Gain of about 7 yards there for Tate, crossing from the near side to the far side. 15 seconds to go. The Buckeyes take their final timeout of the first half. So where they have the ball, gives them the opportunity with 15 seconds, take a shot at the end zone. You don't get it. Field goal is your worst case outcome.
Yeah, and I like that decision. Now, I will say this. I'm going to go back to Miami calling that timeout on before the previous play. I don't know if I would have done it in that moment because you allowed for this opportunity for Ohio State. If anything, force Ohio State to call that timeout. So then if you do have a play in the field of play, he doesn't have enough time to get the ball down unless he has to lose it down to get that play off.
Longest drive of the game for Ohio State, which prior to this had 5 drives, which 4 of them were punts, and 1 of them was an interception returned for a touchdown by Miami. Hurricanes 14, Buckeyes nothing. First college football playoff appearance for Miami, and for Ohio State, it's 7th. The Buckeyes break the huddle, no timeouts, 16 seconds to go in the first half, and they've got it 2nd and 2 at the Miami 31-yard line. C.J. Donaldson, the running back to the left of Sayan. Miami rushes 4. Sayan shakes off the pressure, looks left, and throws it away. Incomplete intentionally, throwing that ball about 10 yards out of bounds. Ruben Bain, the defensive end, got a hand on Sayan, and he dipped his shoulder to get out of the way and avoid the sack.
Yeah, that was like the runaway truck ramp on that one. Like Bain had caught an angle, and he just could not stop. So all he could do was throw the arm out, and Sayan just gave a little shimmy underneath, avoiding the paw of Bain so that he could drive up in the pocket and get that ball out of bounds to stop the clock.
Now 10 seconds to go.
just inside the left hash on what will be the 11th play of the Ohio State drive. Out of the huddle, Brandon Ennis, slot left, Jeremiah Smith wide to the left, two receivers to the near side right. Sayin drops, 9 seconds first half, throws an out route well wide, incomplete to the far sideline. Ennis was the closest intended target, but he would have had to go Superman full dive to try and bring that in. And so with 6 seconds to go in the first half, Jaden Fielding will attempt a field goal to get the Buckeyes on the board.
And the reason why he had to go to Ennis in that moment was because Jeremiah Smith was smothered and covered by the defenders on the Miami side. They were not going to let Jeremiah Smith be the one to beat him.
49-yard try from left to right for Jaden Fielding. Playing back in his home state of Texas, this would tie his career high. Snap is back, hold is down, kick on the way, no good!
Wow,
wide to the left. Wide left, Fielding missed it. He missed his last field goal try that would have tied the Big Ten championship game a little bit more than 3 weeks ago. And with 1 second left in the first half, it's still Miami 14, Ohio State 0.
Miami is about to pitch the first half shutout. You were reading hadn't been done for a very long time. And, you know, what was it, 1987, I believe what you said, Mike. But that is now 4 straight scoreless quarters for this Ohio State offense. That is greater than 60 football minutes since the last time they've seen points go in their favor.
Miami takes a knee to close out the first half, and they have gone 134 minutes and 20 seconds without allowing a touchdown. Didn't give one up in the first round, and it was in the final game of the regular season against Pittsburgh where they surrendered a trip to the end zone. 30 minutes in the books here at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl. Miami 14, Ohio State 0.
That is crazy to think in this type of game. And you have to wonder if you're Ohio State, you've got to go circle the horses in the locker room, calm everybody down and say, hey, listen, we are just 2 scores away in this ball game. We played some of the worst football we could have imagined in the first half. We gave one away on our offensive side to their defense. Their offense has only scored 1 touchdown against our defense if I'm Ohio State. So to calm down, you get the ball to start the half, you've got to create some consistency with this group. And they did that. They added 2 more receivers that have caught passes from the earlier part of this game. So getting a little bit more diversity if you are. And if you're Miami, stay the course. Keep doing what you're doing because the pressure's gotten to Julian Sayin, and your offense has been moving the ball and chewing up time of possession.
Well, there's a Goodyear blimp floating around AT&T Stadium. The Kilgore College Rangerettes have begun their show on the field, and we are at the half. Miami 14, Ohio State 0. Now here's Jim Basquill in the studio with the halftime report.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. We talked so much about the Ohio State defense heading into this one. It's been the Canes defense keeping the Buckeyes off the scoreboard in the opening half. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Happy holidays from all of us. Sports leader. KNBR and KNBR-FM San Francisco, a Cumulus Media station.
Tech and the importance of Baron Morton for the Red Raiders. This is the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes. Interception! Did you see that? No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696 to learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
This is the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
We are coming to you from the All-State Studios. Jim Basketball back on the College Football Live halftime report where Miami leads Ohio State 14-0. Came into this game with 41 sacks on the season. Have 3 halfway through this one. Meantime, you got plenty of terrific College Football Playoff quarterfinal action coming your way tomorrow. Our coverage comes your way 11:30 Eastern. It's Oregon, Texas Tech, Capital One Orange Bowl. And this is what you need to know about Behren Morton, Texas Tech quarterback. He missed one game this season. They lost. He started every other game they won. His coach, Joey McGuire, and his importance to the team.
He's the toughest player I've ever been around. There's a lot of things that he's dealt with over his career that a lot of quarterbacks around the nation didn't play, and he played. And he has
it's a video game, but I got the real game on the radio.
In that locker room, he's got such a big voice. And, you know, I feel like one thing about this team, putting this team together, this is as healthy of a locker room as I've ever been a part of. The care factor in that locker room is so high. And he's been the force behind it. You know, I asked him to really step out and cross over to the other side of the ball and bring Lee Hunter into what it means to be a Red Raider, and David Bailey and Romello Height. And, you know, he was the leader in bringing this team so close together. And so, you know, I'm going to miss him.
Yeah, Morton. 67% of his passes connecting on this season. That tops in the Big 12. Earlier, we had a chance to talk with Chase Daniel, who will be part of the ESPN radio broadcast tomorrow on how he can imprint this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's won 13 straight games as a starter. I think that's the biggest thing going into this. And if you really look at his season, right, half of his 22 touchdown passes, they came in the first 3 games. And then he threw 11 in the next 8 games. I know he was hurt, but he does look healthy. I think that's a big part of this process moving forward is, hey, can you buy some extra time, right? They spread the ball around quite a bit. They have 3 guys over 600 yards receiving. Mm-hmm. So he's sort of like a point guard out there. He's played a lot of football. Excited to watch him play.
You know, it's interesting because Texas Tech is allowing about 11 points a game this season. They gave up 35 a game last year, marking the largest year-over-year improvement, nearly 24 points a game improvement on the defensive end. What's behind that huge turnaround for them?
Well, 31 game takeaways is first in the nation. Anytime you get 2.5 takeaways a game, I mean, you're just getting extra possessions. And also the pressure, the defensive line, the defensive front. I mean, 39 sacks. 5th in the country in sacks. David Bailey, Jacob Rodriguez. I mean, this whole entire front. They got 3 guys out of their 4 transfers that are All-Americans. So obviously the transfer portal, that was talked about a lot, but they're really gelling.
Improvement on the defensive end. What's behind that huge turnaround for them?
Well, 31 game takeaways is first in the nation. Anytime you get 2.5 takeaways a game, I mean, you're just getting extra possessions. And also the pressure, the defensive line, the defensive front. I mean, 39 sacks. 5th in the country in sacks. David Bailey, Jacob Rodriguez. I mean, this whole entire front. They got 3 guys out of their 4 transfers that are All-Americans. So obviously the transfer portal, that was talked about a lot, but they're really gelling. The whole entire front. They got 3 guys out of their 4 transfers that are All-Americans. So obviously the transfer portal, that was talked about a lot, but they're really gelling. The one thing that's crazy to me, I went back and ran the numbers to prepare for this Orange Bowl radio broadcast that we have going on, and over the last 6 games, Tech has given up an average of 7 points a game. That means the last 6 games you're stepping out on this field, which every game is probably 60 to 70 snaps, you're giving up one touchdown a game. If I'm Oregon, I'm looking at that like, hey, how do I combat that? How do I do that? I don't think they're going to be able to run the football against them. Obviously, only giving up 68 yards a game rushing. They're going to have to make their hay through the air.
You know, it's interesting, Chase, because this matchup, Oregon-Texas Tech, is the lone quarterfinal matchup between teams ranking in the top 10 in both points per game and opponents' points per game this season. Which way do you see it going? High scoring affair or defenses lock in?
I think if Texas Tech wants any chance at winning, they got to keep it a low-scoring affair. I just don't know. Like, I like Texas Tech's offense. I just don't know if they can keep up with Oregon offensively. Oregon just does so many things that are really hard to figure out offensively. Obviously, Texas Tech is definitely carried by their defense, but when you look at the matchup, it's going to come down to points. And I think both of these teams are going to start slow. I think Oregon's only given up like 5 points in the first half the entire year. So it's going to come down to the second half. I do think in games like this, when everyone's excited, both these teams rank 1 and 2 in the country in explosive plays not giving up on defense. It'll be interesting to see what breaks. I do think the line from Texas Tech and Oregon, those guys in the trenches, that will tell the story. If Dante Moore has all day, he doesn't take a lot of sacks, right? You look at the offensive line for Oregon, they haven't given up a sack in 8 of the 13 games they've played this year. And Texas Tech, they live off sacks. They live off turnovers. So it'll be interesting to see the chess match play out over the first quarter or two, and then these teams really get into their game plan in the third and fourth quarter.
He's Chase Daniel. He's previewing the Capital One Orange Bowl. He's going to be part of the ESPN radio broadcast with Wes Durham and Torrey Petrie. Chase, we appreciate the insight.
Thank you so much.
That takes us to today's trivia answer, brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Texas Tech, 12 wins this season by 20-plus points. Which team has more such wins in a single season? The answer, Clemson, 13 in 2018. Again, trivia brought to you by Dr. Pepper. It's not bowl season without the delicious taste of an ice cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing. Coming up next, the College Football Live halftime report. We'll look at why Indiana is in a place Alabama is accustomed to in Spotlight Take Two, Ole Miss in Georgia. You're listening to the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio, ESPN app.
It's back. The 2026 Silicon Valley Auto Show, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center.
Messed up there.
From EVs to customs and exotics, you can see, touch, even test drive some of the latest models. The Silicon Valley Auto Show, sponsored by SEFQ. January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. Purchase advance tickets online and save at svautoshow.com.
A Mochi moment from Mark, who writes, I just want to thank you for making GLP-1s affordable. What would have been over $1,000 a month is just $99 a
baby,
month
just
with
keep
Mochi.
them coming.
Money shouldn't be a barrier to help you
Machine
weight.
gun them.
3 months in, and I have smaller jeans
I
and a
don't want
bigger
to see
wallet.
it stop.
You're the best. Thanks,
There
Mark.
you go.
I'm Myra Ahmed,
Go back to
founder
MX
of Mochi
now.
Health. To find your Mochi moment, visit joinmochi.com.
Mark is a Mochi member compensated for his story.
The faithful always bring energy to 49ers home games at Levi's Stadium, and the collective noise speaks volumes on the field.
Big City, baby. Absolutely love that first one of the year.
Be there for the regular season home finale, a Week 18 clash with the Seahawks. It's Faithful Appreciation presented by SAP with the on-field debut of the new rivalry uniform.
We knew he was going to have an impact somewhere in this game.
Secure your seats now at 49ers.com/tickets.
Hey guys, Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. Most guys don't realize that their ED started in their 40s. Symptoms of erectile dysfunction can be slight and subtle, but by treating your symptoms at the onset, you can avoid severe ED in the future. Mild ED is easily reversed at our clinic using our acoustic wave technology. Most men have accepted that ED is a part of getting older, but that's far from the truth. Our acoustic wave therapy has helped thousands of men restore function, whether they're in their 40s or their 80s. West Coast Men's Health also treats chronic pain, including neuropathy, plantar fasciitis, Dupuytren's contracture, and even carpal tunnel. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
We're now offering testosterone replacement therapy. So when you're ready to feel more like yourself and put ED behind you, call West Coast Men's Health today at 650-407-1167. That's 650-407-1167. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
The sports leader.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
We are coming to you from the All-State Studios. Jim Basketball back in the College Football Live halftime report, where Miami leads Ohio State 14-0 halfway through at this Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. Again, a trio of quarterfinal games tomorrow, and of course, that includes Indiana and Alabama. Those two going head-to-head. Keep this in mind with regards to that kickoff. Alabama, most college football playoff wins, 10. Most college football playoff titles, 3 all-time. Indiana, 0-1. That's it. They lost last season to Notre Dame. Earlier, we had a chance to talk with Kelly Stauffer, who will be part of the coverage of tomorrow's game here on ESPN Radio, on why it's Indiana flipping the script on the Tide.
Kind of that divergent historical thought that we have about these programs. You know, you have Alabama that has been one of the cornerstones of college football forever.
Yep.
Certainly under Coach Saban lately. And I think they have 13 national championships. And Indiana historically has been the opposite of that. Well, what's interesting, when you look at these teams, Indiana kind of comes into this game doing most everything that Alabama has done recently to win national championships. Indiana runs the football really, really well in a physical, kind of in-your-face, downhill type of way. They defend the run about as good as anyone in college football. They don't make mistakes. They don't turn the ball over. They're not highly penalized. Well, those are all things that you would have said about Alabama under Nick Saban recently. So that's why they're the number one team in the country. They're extremely well balanced. Most every category defensively that you need to do well in to be a good defense, they do it. They're good on third down. They're good in the red zone. They defend the run well, and so therefore you don't score many points against them. I mean, I can't really explain how impressed I was as I really got into this team studying for this game, and they do so many things well, and I'm not sure where you start the game plan by saying, okay, where can we
to the site, bro,
against this team, and I'm not sure.
I swear I went to it, dude.
Kirk Cignetti, 24-2 as Indiana head coach in his first 2 years on the job. Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman Trophy winner, leading FBS with 33 touchdown passes this season. And then you have take two for Ole Miss and Georgia. They met in week 5. Georgia, a 43-35 winner, seeking to join Mississippi State back in 1918 is the only team that beat Ole Miss twice in a season. Josh Pace says take two. The Rebs got a shot.
I think they may have the most dangerous quarterback in this entire tournament. Trinidad Chambliss is the guy that we still have the most unknown about, but that is a weapon. Ole Miss scored touchdowns on their first 5 drives against Georgia in Athens, and that was his first SEC road start. It just so happens Gunnar Stockton also had his best game of the year against Ole Miss. The reason I can't go as far as to pick the upset is because I can't envision Georgia not playing their best ball here. I've just been trained to expect that from Kirby Smart for so long. I think they have the staff advantage. They may not have the pound-for-pound quarterback advantage, but Gunnar Stockton's not losing this game. I don't think Georgia's losing this game.
You mentioned Trinidad Chambliss. Well, keep this in mind. Georgia allowed more points in the first 5 defensive drives of Week 8 against Ole Miss in their past 4 games combined. Chambliss on getting another crack at the Dogs.
Yeah, I think it's hard to, game plan for a team twice. It's hard to beat a team twice. We played Tulane last week, and, they're a very, very physical team. We played Georgia this week, so just kind of look back at the tape, see what they've been doing more recently in their games, and just adjust in game, because that's what's going to happen in football. You're not just going to play the same things that you're preparing for all week. You're going to see something differently, and each team will adjust.
Georgia D has allowed 10 or fewer points in 4 straight games. Coming up next in the College Football Live halftime report, the second half from Arlington. It's been all Canes thus far. This is the College Football Playoff quarterfinal, the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom designs that let everyone know who you're rooting for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing stacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN, 1 free year of Perplexity Pro, and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A.
Rich Eisen here. LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident you're finding top talent. Get this. Employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory. One of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
College football playoff quarterfinal of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sam takes the snap, swings to the left, and it's intercepted. It's going to be a Miami pick six. Keontae Scott at the 20, the far side 10, into the end zone. A 70-yard interception to the house for the Hurricanes, and it's 13-0. A Miami party has broken out at AT&T Stadium.
Keontae Scott from 72 yards the other way in the pick six of Julian saying that's your good hands moment of the week brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know you can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Visit allstate.com or call a local agent for a quote that can save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Add 3 more sacks for the Canes, and they're doing to the Buckeyes what they do to others. It's equated to a 14-0 Miami lead. Start of the third quarter from Arlington with our team of Morgan Uber, Max Starks, and Mike Cousins.
Jim, there is a long way to go in this game, but that was a surprising first half. Ohio State, by many measures, the most important one, points allowed, the best defense in the country, giving up 8 points a game. 14 is already the second most they've allowed this season. 16 is the most they've given up in total. For what it's worth, in college football playoff history, Max, teams trailing by 2 scores or more at the half are 1-20 in the history of the playoff. And over the last 20 years, the Hurricanes are 59-0 when leading by 2 scores at the break.
Well, those aren't good stats if you're Ohio State. But The good thing is you get the ball to start the half. So you get to dictate before Miami's offense has stepped on the field an opportunity to get back to within one score of this game. And I think that's the key factor that they have to keep in their minds. If we can take this ball down the field and put points on the board, it flips the momentum for the second half, and it can be a tale of two halves if you allow it. But if you come back out and you don't get across the 50, you have a 3, 5, 6 and out, and you don't get to flip the field, that's when it's going to start to creep in the back of your mind. Can we do this? And that, we know, nothing more important or virulent than a thought in your mind. You don't want that to grow.
So the Hurricanes will kick it away and defend to start the third quarter. Moments ago, Morgan Uber with Miami head coach Mario Cristobal.
Coach, how do you continue making quarterback Julian Sayin uncomfortable and keep him off rhythm in the second half?
One, that they have great players. You got to be able to control line of scrimmage and stop the run to put them in a situation where they're more one-dimensional when they are, and you got to get to them. You got to affect the line of scrimmage.
Thank you, Coach.
So he is confident, but certainly not feeling like this is a sure thing. Still with 30 minutes to go.
And you have to keep that type of edge. You don't want to go into this expecting anything or feel like just because it happened in the first half, it's going to happen in the second half. This is a human sport. So you have 11 people that have to be in concert with each other through 3 phases for another 30 minutes.
Second half underway as Carter Davis kicks from left to right. 8 yards deep in the end zone. Here comes James Peoples. The numbers near side, clobbered at the 17-yard line, and down he goes. Would have been well served to take a knee there. It's Ohio State ball. Let's go back down to Morgan Uber and catch up on the Buckeyes coming out of the locker room.
Head coach Ryan Day was concerned coming into this one, considering the team last played 25 days ago against Indiana in the Big Ten championship game with a lot of young players. He said 3 weeks time off from playing football. We've got to restart momentum of the playoffs. So they need to restart momentum, guys, of this coming out of halftime. It's a big challenge, and the guys need to understand that.
Thank you, Morgan. They did not have much. Their last play of the first half was a missed 49-yard field goal. 14:54 third quarter. Ohio State first and 10 at its own 18. Snap is back to Sand, and he hands it off on first down. A lot of operating room for Bo Jackson across the field to the far side. Gets just shy of the 24-yard line for a pickup of 6 for the freshman on first down.
And Jacoby Thomas came from the safety position and closed that down because there was a nice alleyway and lead blocking by Brandon Ennis on the outside. If he would have gotten to that sideline, he could have made a play, but Jacoby Thomas shut that door after 6 yards.
Now, breaking news, the Buckeyes now have positive rushing yards. 4 rushing yards on the day after -3 in the first half. Officially a gain of 7, second and 3. Keep it on the ground, straight ahead. Bo Jackson to the 31-yard line. And that is an Ohio State first down. Mohamed Toure with the tackle. Their -3 rushing yards in the first half were their fewest in any half in 21 years, since 2004 for Ohio State. So this was an historic first half in many ways. Very few of them good for the Buckeyes.
Yeah, not a lot of good first or since for the Buckeyes, but the good thing is they got a first down and they're continuing to move down the field, and that's what you need to start this second half. Get you some confidence.
Sayin goes under center on first down and 10 from between the hashes of the 31. Fakes the handoff, rolls to the far side right. Sidearms his throw, caught at the 35-yard line by Brandon Ennis, sprinting to the far sideline where the Buckeyes reside here in Arlington, Texas. Nice grab there by Ennis, the junior out of Hollywood, Florida.
And a nice job by this offensive line, really starting to try and beat up this defensive line for Miami to give Julian Sayin the time that he needs right there. Had plenty of times, had it well over 3.5 to 4 seconds to ID, find, and deliver the football to his receiver. And I think that's what's going to be the key is how do you slide the protections to make sure you're covering up these pass rushers for Miami.
After a gain of 6, second down, 4 to gain from their own 37-yard line coming from right to left. Tight end in motion behind the left tackle. And it's a handoff. Bo Jackson, a lot of room up the middle. He is to midfield and brought down at the Miami 45 by the safety Jacoby Thomas. If he didn't make that tackle, Jackson's gone. It's a 17-yard run.
And this was a counter play, and Bo Jackson read it perfectly, made a nice move, dodged 2 would-be tacklers, stiff arm to the ground, and then Jacoby Thomas came as a third guy. So Yards after contact, big for Bo Jackson. His contact balance is really good if you get him going beyond the line of scrimmage.
He comes off the field here on 1st and 10 from the Miami 45-yard line, right between the hash marks of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl logo. Play action. Sayin backpedals away from the pressure, and he's brought down at the 50-yard line by Marquise Lightfoot. Fleet of foot to chase down the sophomore quarterback for another Miami sack along the defensive line.
And these edge rushers, the way that they're using the twist game to apply pressure on the inside, Lightfoot comes and wraps underneath the big guy, Justin Scott, to get free, and these are two different guys to make the sack on Sayin.
On the play, Max Clare, the tight end, lost his helmet, so he has to come off the field for one play. 4th sack of the day. 2nd and 14. At the Miami 49-yard line, they've got to get to the 35. Sayin takes the belt-high snap against the 4-man rush, lets it fly, hash mark far side, caught for a first down by Jeremiah Smith. Their leading receiver flexes his biceps, 23 yards on the catch, hit immediately as he came down with it by Zechariah Poyser.
That's the 4th catch for Smith, 82 yards now on the day, and a big one there for them to convert on 3rd down and get into the Miami territory once again. Jeremiah Smith is going to have to continue to do things like that, getting wide open, going for the jump ball opportunities to help this Ohio State offense get ignited.
Almost 4 minutes gone in the third quarter, 14-0. Miami defending as Ohio State is on the move. 1st and 10 at the Miami 26-yard line. Sayin under center. Snap, hands it off. C.J. Donaldson between the hash marks of the blue and gold Goodyear logo to the 22-yard line. Stop by Armando Blunt, the defensive tackle. That last catch by Jeremiah Smith as well put him over 100 yards on the day. By far the game's leading receiver. 4 catches, 105 yards. Bolstered by a 59-yard catch in the first half. 10.5 to go in the third. Miami up 2 scores.
And this is a great drive to start off this quarter. You're eking into 4.5 minutes plus on this drive, and you're moving the ball methodically down the field. So a great job by Ohio State coming out and really answering early, but they've got to come away with points after this drive.
8th play of the drive. 2nd down and 6. Snap to Sayin, fakes a handoff, swings it left, Tate with 2 blockers in front, far side 20, and hit at the 10. It'll be 1st and goal for Ohio State. Their second longest drive of the game, looking for their first points. They pick up 14 yards with creative play calling there to get the ball to Tate.
Yeah, Carnell Tate was actually lined up in a pistol back to the right, and they ran a swing pass route out to Tate. He just ran behind the Twins receivers on the right side, got to the sideline, got north and south. So a great job of trying to outmaneuver and outposition block the defense from their flow.
1st and goal, Ohio State at the Miami 8, coming right to left, looking to get their first points. Sayin to throw, 4-man rush, between the hash marks, looks right, sings it that way, caught at the 6, and an absolute slobber knocker of a tackle on the outside. Will Kasmerick, the tight end, made the catch, and Jacoby Thomas laid into him.
That looked like a good old Goldberg spear from back in the day in WCW. He lined him up, and he dropped him, took the decleater to a new level. Jacoby Thomas has been active in this drive. This is 3rd tackle in this drive, making plays in the 2nd level.
Somewhere Ted Turner is smiling. 2nd and goal at the 6 on the far side hash. Make it the 5. Sayin, shotgun. 1 receiver, 2 to his left. Hands it off. And it's a push forward all the way to the 1 on the run by Bo Jackson. Ruben Bain gets the tackle, and Ohio State for the first time tonight feeling like things may culminate in something that goes their way. With 3rd and goal.
Appreciate that, Mike. Thank you.
And this offensive line has been doing a great job and an excellent surge at the end of that. Took it down to the 1. So this offensive line is starting to gain some confidence against this Miami defensive line.
Shotgun on 3rd and goal at the 1. Everybody tight in the formation. Jackson, the running back to the left of Sayin. He takes the knee-high snap, hands it off to Jackson. The freshman off the left side, hit at the line of scrimmage, and here's into the end zone. It's an Ohio State touchdown. Scoreless no more. The Buckeyes are right back in the Cotton Bowl. Miami 14, Ohio State 6, 8:05 on the third quarter clock.
This is exactly what you would have asked for if you're Ohio State. Come out of the half with the football. Miami offense not able to respond or stop you, and drive the ball methodically down the field. 7 minutes on that drive taken off the clock, and it leads in the end zone and not through the uprights for this team. So now 7 points in a one-score game potentially after this kick.
Max Stark's Instant Analysis is brought to you by SoFi. Get your money right. I think the replay booth took a quick look at that. Officials have cleared it. He crossed the plane of the goal line without the requisite body part touching the ground. And Jaden Fielding, the senior kicker from League City, Texas, about 4 hours from here, has missed his last 2 field goal tries, but now has a try for an extra point. The right-footed kick is up, and it is good. As good as Miami felt coming out of the locker room, they're only up by a touchdown. 8:05 third quarter. Hurricanes 14 and the Buckeyes 7. You're listening to the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
It's back. The 2026 Silicon Valley Auto Show, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. From EVs to customs and exotics, you can see, touch, even test drive some of the latest models. The Silicon Valley Auto Show, sponsored by SEFQ, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. Purchase advance tickets online and save at svautoshow.com.
The sports leader to the college football playoff quarterfinal of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Miami with a 14-7 advantage over Ohio State. 8:05 to go third quarter. Here at a 50-50 split down the middle AT&T Stadium. One half is green and orange Miami fans. The other half is scarlet and gray for the Buckeye faithful. Up here in the booth, my cousins Max Starks. Down in the field, it's Morgan Hooper. And we are glad to have you with us tonight. A triple header tomorrow of college football. There are still 8 teams remaining. There will only be 4 after these 2 days come to a close. Winner of this game is on the Fiesta Bowl on January 8th to face the winner of tomorrow's game between Mississippi and Georgia. So Max, that touchdown drive for the Buckeyes, 11 plays, 82 yards, almost 7 minutes. Their second longest drive of the game came by just
It's a video game simulation, bro. The radio play-by-play is real.
6 and 7 man protections, trying to get the double teams off the edges, using a lot more tight end and chips up at the point to try and slow some of that edge pressure, and it worked out well because Julian Sayin was very comfortable in the pocket, did not feel a lot of pressure there. They were able to work the football down the field. So a great adjustment there at halftime, already taking effect in Ohio State's favor.
14-7, Miami in the lead. Jaden Fielding kicks away right to left. A boomer that goes out of the back of the end zone for the Buckeyes. Earlier it was a photographer who caught the ball. This time it's a guy in formal attire. He's got like coattails on down in the end zone. Dodging the Buckeyes special teamers coming down the field.
Yeah, I have no clue who that guy is, but you know what? If you could catch a punt...
Oh, you know what? He's part of Pat McAfee's telecast tonight.
Oh, Of course, a former athlete of some sort. So, yeah, not as impressive anymore now.
That's available on the ESPN app, and we're glad you're with us here today. All of our games tomorrow on ESPN TV and on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app. So both fan bases frenzied up right now. Miami to our right, Ohio State to the far side left, and it's the Hurricanes with the ball. 1st and 10 of the 25 between the hash marks on the blue and gold Goodyear logo going left to right. 3 receivers set, Tony in motion to the near side, a handoff to Fletcher, strong run ahead. He picks up 4.5, maybe 5 on the run right up the middle, and it'll be 2nd down, 5 to go here for Miami, which scored an offensive touchdown on a pass to Mark Fletcher 90 seconds into the second quarter. Since then, they punted twice and then kneeled it down to end the half. And those 2 combined drives, 13 plays for 38 yards. So it's not as though the offense was exemplary in the first half.
No, we're talking about 70 yards, 176, I believe, to finish the first half. So not anywhere above the average of what Miami is usually capable of in a football game.
2nd and 5 at their own 30. Swing pass left is swatted down to the line of scrimmage. Incomplete. Caden McDonald got his right hand up. It looked like a volleyball player smacking that ball to the ground. It'll be 3rd down and 5.
And that's his second tip. First play of the game on that pass, he got it. And now right here, first play of the second half. So definitely border walling the tops of the half. Don't throw in 98's direction, as he's the Big Ten Defensive Lineman of the Year. Another guy you expect to go early in the draft later this spring, because he is just that dominant on the defensive line from the interior position.
Middle of the 3rd quarter. Miami by a touchdown over Ohio State. 3rd and 5 for the Canes. Buckeyes bring pressure. That gets the throw out to the left, and it is caught for a Miami first down at the 43. Keelan Marion sitting on his keister with a 12-yard catch, and they move the chains despite the Buckeye blitz.
And Buckeyes came 6 on the line of scrimmage. Both 2 linebackers, we call that a 4-2 open. Both linebackers walk up on either side of the center, and they went deep 3 steps in before one guy triggered, the other one bailed deep. Carson Beck delivered a dime and a dot to Keelan Marion.
Beck, the quarterback, goes up to the offensive line to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Brings a receiver in motion. It's C.J. Daniels, tight left. Fletcher's the running back. He takes the handoff. Right up between the hash marks across the 45. Forward progress to the 48-yard line. That's a gain of 6 to make it 2nd down and 4. With Miami up 14-7 over Ohio State. 6:26 and counting 3rd quarter.
And this was just an attitude run. It looked like a rugby scrum. Just right up the middle, dive play in the A gap. Mark Fletcher turning his legs, his offensive line, and turning forward. That was a hard-fought 6 yards that sends a message to the defense on Ohio State side.
2nd down, 4 to go. Carson Beck, a quarterback, 15 of 20 for 110 yards. They're in the pistol formation, feeding Fletcher a ton, and they give it to him again. He's got space, 45 down to the 40, and it's another Miami first down as Fletcher goes over 60 yards on the day, gets a dozen there, and a capacious opening allowed him the first down.
And that capacious opening can open by Matthew McCoy that just cracked open the left side and allowed for Fletcher to go through and step through a couple of tackles before eventually getting hit by Caleb Downs.
5:35, clock winding in the 3rd. Miami, 7-point advantage over Ohio State here in the Goodyear Cotton Bowl at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. Fletcher out at running back. Gerard Pringle is in. He's taken 2 handoffs today and now has a 3rd on 1st and 10. Up the middle again. And a gain of maybe 2 to the 38-yard line, keeping it right between the hash marks and just defying Ohio State's defensive line to make the stop.
And for Pringle, he gives about 35 pounds compared to Mark Fletcher. We have a 190 freshman versus a hardened 225 in Mark Fletcher. So it hits a little different when you run the dive play with Pringle. He's more your outside burst back, and you know, a little pop like a Pringle can.
And as they say, once you pop,
can't stop.
Don't stop.
Can't stop either.
4:40, 3rd quarter, 14-7 Miami. 2nd down and 8 at the Buckeye 38. Here comes the blitz. Beck runs up the middle, gets hit in the shins, and goes down.
great rush from Sonny Styles coming from the blind side. Carson Beck did see it, but it wasn't fast enough to get away.
Yeah, weak side blitz for Sonny Styles playing the offside slot to the left side. Knew that was the open side, back was to the right. So it's going to be what we call overload blitz. Bring more than they can cover, and that force Beck up and in right into the teeth of the defense and taken down by Edric Houston.
It's a 3rd down and 9 for Miami. They're outside of field goal range. The line of scrimmage is the Ohio State 39-yard line. Fletcher has returned as the running back. 15 carries, 67 yards. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. 4-man rush. Beck slings it left. Ball's caught, bobbled, and then picked up by Malachi Tony, who scrambled to the numbers on the far sideline. He's tackled shy of the line to gain. He's down about the 32. Arvell Reese, the linebacker, makes the tackle. I think there's a question whether this was a complete pass to begin with.
It was. And they're going to look at it because it looks like he caught, slowed down, but both people were in the ground. I don't know if there was a football move that was made, and then the ball popped in the air. And Malachi Tony, that's his second fumble. If it is considered an actual, well, it was considered a completion right now. They're lining up for the kick on 4th down. But that was the second time Malachi Tony has fumbled the football in this contest.
Here's Carter Davis on the far left hash for a try from 50. The kick is away toward the right side, and he drills it with barely room to spare. He gets the job done, and Miami is back up by 2 scores. 17-7 is the Hurricane advantage over the Ohio State Buckeyes with 3:01 to go, 3rd quarter. This is the College Football Playoff quarterfinal of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal. Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros? Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate. Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste. Get your own. All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com? Yep, and they've got a deal going on. Oh, love a deal. I am so in. Smart move. Pro move. All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
This is the College Football Playoff quarterfinal of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
After a 49-yard field goal for Miami's Carter Davis, it's Miami 17 and Ohio State 7. 3:01 to go, 3rd quarter. Officially the most points allowed by the Ohio State Buckeyes this year. Up here in the booth, Mike Cousins, Max Starks. Morgan Hoover is down on the Miami sideline where a player has just gone into the injury tent.
Yeah, wide receiver Malachi Tony, guys, they're taking a look at that right arm. He actually just walked back out of the tent. Certainly could be, looks like he's running now toward the offensive bench here to go talk to his teammates. So I'll keep an eye on him down here on the sidelines.
I'm watching that hit. He got hit hard. They're showing the replay. But heads up play. The ball one-hopped off the ground. He just caught it single-handed in his left hand and just got up and then proceeded to run forward. So a very tough guy. Took a hard hit from Ohio State defender. And good to hear that he is out of the tent.
So Carter Davis just hit the field goal, the redshirt senior from Fort Lauderdale. Strikes it away from left to right from the 35-yard line. 9 3/4 yards deep into the end zone where James Peoples makes a toe tap catch. And it'll be 1st and 10 for the Buckeyes. Coming out at the 25-yard line. When we come back here to AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. Miami 17 and Ohio State 7, 3:01 in the third quarter. This is the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard. Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
Appreciate the likes, guys.
Welcome
Hope you have
back
a
to
happy New Year.
Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold
Ohio
Dr.
State
Pepper.
versus Miami, bro. College football
Those
playoff.
23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the
War
pain of your
Eagle, what
college
is that,
football team
Auburn?
taking a big fat L.
Yeah, it's the video game simulation and then the radio.
Rich Eisen here. Hiring for your small business can feel like a full-time job, but LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant takes the heavy lifting out of it. It filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI Assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. This is the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
I personally like them spread eagle.
1 second to play in the third quarter here in Arlington, Texas. The Miami Hurricanes 17 and the Ohio State Buckeyes 7. Mike Cousins, Max Starks with you up here in the booth. Morgan Uber is down on the field, and before play gets back underway, we pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Happy
Adam
holidays
Foster,
from all of
good
us
guy
at
right
the
there.
Sports Leader. KNBR and KNBR
Old
FM
college
San
buddy.
Francisco on Cumulus Media Station.
It's Buckeye football down by 10 against Miami. 17-7 is our score. Both fan bases ratcheting up the noise level here inside AT&T Stadium. That noise goes up, hits off the metal roof, and comes right back down. An perpetuating cycle of cacophony here in North Texas. First down and 10 from the 25. Julian Sayin, the nation's most accurate passer in the regular season, is in the shotgun. Hands off to the freshman Bo Jackson, who veers right out to the 30-yard line, maybe the 29, so a pickup of 4.
You guys should have signed that Bo Jackson guy.
And the Miami training staff
NIL money,
coming
bro.
onto the field to take a look at an injured player. Looks like a defensive lineman. It is the defensive tackle Ahmad Moten, the redshirt junior from Fort Lauderdale. There have been few and far between with stoppages in this game. Still no penalties.
No penalties.
Not even a single flag has been thrown.
It hasn't even fallen out of a referee's pocket by accident.
No, and this is the first time today where we've had a real stoppage for an injured player. Some have been hurt and run right off the field, but never has
Lorenzo Styles Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got injured, but he got up and hopped off the field before he took himself out of the game. So
Ohio State down by 10, 2:50 to go third quarter. They just picked up 4 yards on a run there going up the middle. And they did find more success earlier in the drive, or earlier in the quarter, running the ball relative to what they did in the first half, when they ran the ball 9 times for negative 3 yards. Last drive, 7 rushes and 35 yards. We'll see if they can keep that up when we return.
You guys need to hire Cam Newton.
Miami 17,
Hire him,
Ohio
dude.
State 7. This is the Goodyear, or rather, this is the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the
Bet you
ESPN
can get some recruits in there.
Avatar Fire and Dash has arrived.
I am the fire!
Get your 3D tickets now for the greatest chapter of the biggest saga in history.
Whatever happens, protect his family.
Critics rave it's by far the best Avatar movie.
If your father and I do not return, go as far and as fast as you can.
Movies don't get any bigger than this. Avatar Fire and Ash, rated PG-13, now playing.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
This is the College Football Playoff Quarterfinal of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Our game was scoreless at the end of one quarter. At the end of the first half, it was 14-0. Miami in the lead. Ohio State missed a 49-yard field goal try at the end of the first half. And now, nearing the end of the third quarter, 2:50 to go here in this stanza, 17-7 is Miami's lead over number 2 Ohio State. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Morgan Uber, glad to have you with us. It was an injury time.
It's all about NIL money now, man. If your school doesn't have the money to give you 5-star recruits, probably not going to be in the playoffs.
In that transaction as well. Max against an Ohio State team that has shown a determined effort to continue running the ball.
And that's the best way to do it. And utilizing
And then if they don't play, they're hitting the transfer portal.
the action towards the
Like
stage.
nobody's got any loyalty anymore.
Situations that unleash the pass rush that Miami's so good at.
It's beginning to be an NFL minor league, man. Pretty soon you're just going to have
Complete for a first down to the 41.
these kids getting drafted out of high school.
By
Man.
Raul Aguirre, the junior linebacker. It's a gain of 12. Just got it out real quick. Turn around. Kasmeric was ready for it.
Yeah, just a quick curl right over on the seam for Kasmeric. And it's funny, Max Claire's their leading tight end receiver, and Kasmeric only came into this game with 12 catches on the season, but has been a reliable target for Saya.
2 minutes to go in the third. Buckeyes
I don't think any of these kids want to go to
First
school.
and 10 from their own 41. Two receivers, including Jeremiah Smith, out to the short side of the
Half of
field.
them don't anyways.
Handed off C.J.
They pay
Donaldson.
people to go to
Running
class
up the
one.
far side right hash. That is a pile of bodies for about a 2-yard gain for the senior from Miami.
Unless it's like a Notre Dame or
45 to go in
Stanford.
the third quarter.
Probably
With Ohio
there, too.
State coming off of a drive last time that they held the ball, where they went 11 plays, 82 yards. Zane in the gun, 3 receivers set.
Yeah, every
Fakes the
team should
handoff,
get
looks to
like
the near
5
side,
million.
throws to the numbers. It's caught by Brandon Innes, and he's into Miami territory, where he's tackled 1 yard past the line to gain a first down. Raul Aguirre, the linebacker, makes his 3rd straight tackle.
And Aguirre had to get on his high horse. He was backed off in the middle of that Tampa 2 zone and had to go cover to the wide side of the field as Ethan
How
O'Connor got
about
juked
this?
on
You
the
can
corner
only go.
edge by Brandon Innes.
They can't do it by location.
Innes, 4 catches for
You can
34
only stay
yards,
in
3
state.
Buckeyes.
They can't do that
Tied for the
because
team lead with 4
Florida and
catches.
California
First
and
down and
Texas
10,
is
just across
dominant.
midfield, coming right to left, down by 10. It's an inside handoff to Bo Jackson. Bounces it to the outside, numbers near side, and is tumbled down with a hard tackle. Raul Aguirre again. The linebacker, his 4th consecutive stop. On a short gain there. 2nd and 6 upcoming for Ohio State.
And Max Claire doing a great job of lead blocking on the outside edge, allowing for Donaldson to kind of, Bo Jackson to weave through and get that play off.
Play action, Sayin floats it near side. Jeremiah Smith got 1 foot down and makes the catch inside the 25 for a first down. That's the
He's
first
got
down
over
NFL
100 now.
talent that Buckeye fans were hoping to see today. 22 yards on the game.
And
fighting with O.J. Frederic out there on the outside. Smith able to push away just a little bit more than Frederic was hanging on to him and make that play. Actually got 2 toes down. A little toe drag swag on the sideline.
Little toe drag swag.
16 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Miami still holding a 10-point lead over a driving Ohio State offense. Miami has come over to the near sideline. Ohio State to the far sideline. The officials are waiting for the players to come back out on the field. There was never a signal that either team took a timeout here, nor was there any hint of a replay review.
Yeah, very interesting there. Another stoppage. I thought maybe a tight end, maybe a timeout. Or because O.J. Frederic was kind of limping on the sidelines with his leg, but they didn't give any official time out or saying on there. They just got to let both teams muddle to the sidelines and come back in.
So a de facto timeout. Clock continues to run. 10 seconds left in the third quarter. Buckeyes get to the line. They've got pre-snap motion. Doesn't look like they're going to get this snap off in time. Sayan goes under center. 2 seconds. They do get it away. He fakes a handoff. Toss to Jeremiah Smith. Curling around to the far side. Hit behind the line of scrimmage. He gets back to the line of scrimmage. Keontae Scott, who had the pick six earlier, makes the tackle. Looking at Jeremiah Smith, their best receiver, involved. It ends up as no gain, and it's the end of the third quarter.
And that is just all Miami speed right there. That looked like an F1 race to the sideline. Jeremiah Smith racing to the corner, and then, of course, the defensive back, Keontae Scott, in hot pursuit to only allow a 1-yard gain on that end-around play.
15 minutes to decide who goes to the Fiesta Bowl and whose season is over. At the end of 3 at AT&T Stadium, Miami 17, Ohio State 7. This is the college football playoff
What do you guys
quarterfinal
think?
at the Goodyear
Does
Cotton
Ohio
Bowl
State
Classic
have a left in them to come back?
and the ESPN app.
They're down 10. Only scored 7 in
This
3
college
quarters.
football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro. Like it never even happened. Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Talk about stepping up. It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments. The electricity is palpable. Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Oh no, fumble.
Jim Basketball in studio, reminding you to spend your New Year's Day with us here at ESPN Radio. A trio of college football playoff quarterfinal kickoff starts with the Capital One Orange Bowl, Oregon, Texas Tech. Our coverage comes your way 11:30 Eastern, followed by Alabama, Indiana, Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential.
Make sure you guys subscribe. I'm going to have that game tomorrow.
All-State Sugar Bowl. 17-7 Miami, start of the fourth quarter with the
11:30
Buckeyes
Eastern.
driving. We go back to Arlington with Morgan Uber, Max Starks, and Mike Cousins.
Jim, thank you so much. Since the start of the toward the end of the first quarter, Ohio State has outgained Miami 281-98, but that is not reflected on the scoreboard. It is now 2nd and 9 at the Miami 21. Pistol formation for Sayan. Bo Jackson, the running back behind him. Handed off to Jackson. A hole to the left side. Tried to spin between the hash marks at the 15 and nearly got broken in half at the 14.5-yard line. He gets about 7 yards there on the hit by Zechariah Poyser, the safety. And
This is a good old lead block out of the pistol formation. You lead with Max Clare as your fullback. Does a great job of engaging Mohamed Touré and then spinning off of the edge of Zechariah Poyser to get the additional 2 yards. The Buckeyes in silver helmets, scarlet jerseys break the huddle left to right between the hash marks with a 3rd and 3. Down by 10. Line of scrimmage is the Miami 15. Jeremiah Smith wide to the left. Sayin takes the snap. It's an inside give to Donaldson, who is upended shy of a first down. He got cut down basically at the line of scrimmage by the safety, Jacoby Thomas. 14 minutes to play. Buckeyes are down 10. Field goal gets them within a touchdown, and they are going for it here on 4th and 2. Well, why not? You've been driving the football and forcing your will in the second half.
Going for it.
And for Julian Sayin, here's the thing you got to watch out. He's 7 for 7 in the second half. First half, 11 of 20, but has been on fire in the second half. So we wanted to see a little dump screen or a tunnel screen to the outside. 4th and 2 at the 14. Jackson, the running back. Sayin in the shotgun. Back to throw. Throws on a slant. Caught Jeremiah Smith.
Jeremiah.
Flag is thrown as he dances into the end zone for an Ohio State touchdown.
Oh, don't tell me they're going to call this crap.
A 14-yard strike to the best Buckeye receiver.
Prior to the pass, holding defense number 41. The penalty is declined. The result of the
Touchdown, Ohio State. Down 3.
The choice to go for it on 4th and 2 for Ryan Day, and Ohio State pays off. It's Miami 17, Ohio State 13. 13 minutes, 28 seconds to play in the 4th. And Miami has no answer for the passing game of Julian Sayin in the second half. Perfect 8 for 8, and right there, a touchdown strike to Jeremiah Smith. And we have seen a switch in momentum here in the second half. Jaden Fielding's extra point through the uprights right end is good. A 3-point game. This feels like the postseason. Miami 17, Ohio State 14, 13:28 to play in the 4th quarter. You're listening to the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
It's back. The 2026 Silicon Valley Auto Show, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. From EVs to customs and exotics, you can see, touch, even test drive some of the latest models. The Silicon Valley Auto Show, sponsored by SEFQ, January 9th through the 11th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. Purchase advance tickets online and save at svautoshow.com.
Be there for the 49ers Faithful Appreciation regular season finale when the 49ers face the Seattle Seahawks at Levi's Stadium. Tickets are available now. Secure your seats at 49ers.com/tickets.
To the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
13:28 to play in the 4th quarter to determine who goes on to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl as one of the last 4 teams in this 2025 college football season. It's Miami with a 17-14 lead over Ohio State. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Morgan Uber reporting down on the field. And what we just saw on the ESPN telecast was a very important player being carted off, Max, for Miami in the secondary. To see O.J. Frederick on the cart, watching it on the field, that's a huge loss because you think about the first half, and really keeping Cardell Tate in place. Jeremiah Smith, he's had the responsibility of going up a couple of go routes against him and defending against him. So losing him, even though you didn't have him the last couple of games, still you don't want to go into this game without that type of guy. You know, now Xavier Lucas, Ethan O'Connor, and probably Jabari Antoine and Charles Brantley now having to make up some of that time and space that you're going to need. But Jeremiah Smith, 6 catches, 141 yards now, and adding a touchdown to his resume, an already fantastic game for Smith.
Jaden Fielding's kickoff for Ohio State, left to right, clears the end zone for a touchdown. Here's the disparity in why Ohio State has gotten back into this game down by 3. Since the end of the first quarter, Ohio State 15 first downs, Miami 5. Since the end of the first quarter, Ohio State 302 yards, Miami 98, as the Hurricanes are now just clinging to a 3-point lead.
And for this Miami Hurricanes, as great as they were in the first half, they haven't found consistency. They also haven't possessed the ball that much in the second half. So Ohio State kind of doing what Miami did to them in the first half in possessing the football. They need to get a drive together, and they also need to give their defense a blow and try and drive the ball down the field and take up some time.
First and 10 from the 25 on the near left hash. Beck back on play action. Loads up. Fires deep outside the numbers on the far sideline. The pass incomplete at the Ohio State 29. Looking for C.J. Daniels. And who else? The true freshman, Devin Sanchez in coverage again.
Try to get this to 30.
And I have to say, that should have been P.I. I'm going to be honest. He had a fistful of C.J. Daniels jersey in his right hand as he was looking back. And I know these referees have let these guys play. We've only seen one penalty thrown, and that got declined. But that one right there was a little bit egregious as I watched the replay.
If nothing else, the officials have been consistent in the amount of physicality they've allowed. So a long pass incomplete. Second and 10, Miami at its own 25-yard line. Back out of the shotgun. Hands it off to Fletcher, who is stuffed. They mark him back at the 24. It'll be a loss of 1. Caden McDonald, the 326-pound mountain of a man, leading the Buckeyes charge on the line.
I'm going to say it again. Consensus first-team All-American. Big Ten defensive lineman of the year. Had an athletic move, swim on center James Brockermeyer, and was just waiting for the running back to come into his clutches as now another 3rd and long for this Miami Hurricane offense.
3rd and 11 from the 24 for Miami. 2 receivers either side. Buckeyes blitz. Beck flushed out of the pocket, runs to the near side 30, and tumbles down to the 35, and that is another clutch run for Carson Beck. And a Miami first down. They needed 11. He got exactly 11.
No baseball there. Straight bulldozer. He didn't want the slide, didn't want to worry about a shin. He went over the top, lowered the shoulders, and got the first down.
He was injured last year as the Georgia Bulldog in the SEC title game. Missed their trip to the college football playoff. Gets them the first down. 10 to get here from their own 35. Miami 17, Ohio State 14. 12 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. Handed off to Fletcher. Collides with one of his own teammates in the backfield. Caleb Downs, the safety, was on the scene, as was Davison Igbinosin, members of the Buckeyes secondary. And if it's members of the secondary in your backfield on a run play, that is not good.
That is not what that also means. They are blitzing. They are keying in on the blitz in these moments. And you're seeing Sonny Styles come off the edge, who's normally in a box linebacker position, playing edge and crashing on the backside. And then, like you said, Caleb Downs and company firing into the interior gaps, trying to prevent any hole opening up for Mark Fletcher.
Second down and 9, Miami. 2 receivers wide to the right, including their leading receiver, Malachi Toney. Beck throws it to the near side left. Catch by Keelan Marion, just shy of the 40-yard line, and tiptoes his way into the friendly Hurricane sideline to make it 3rd down and medium here for the Hurricanes with a 3-point lead inside 11 to go in the 4th quarter.
And this dink and dunk is going to work, but you don't want to put yourself in too many of these 3rd and longs. You got out of the last 3rd and long, 3rd and 11. Now you're sitting at about 3rd and 7 here. You want to try and get these more positive yards on 1st and 2nd down.
Buckeyes show 4 defensive linemen here on 3rd down and 7. Miami with the ball coming right to left at its own 38.
Back the quarterback, comes to the line, changes the play, takes the snap. 5-man Buckeye rush. Back rolls left, floats it downfield, and it's an incomplete pass into Ohio State territory. Miami clamoring for a flag with the pass intended for the tight end Elijah Lofton. And they get one. Daniel Gautreau is our referee.
I think this is going to be against Miami, though.
No announcement there, but Miami's come out to punt.
Okay, no flag. They took it off of the gigantic screen in the middle of this stadium.
All right, so still no accepted penalties in this game. 10:24 to play in the fourth quarter. Dylan Joyce with a punt to the near sideline, kicking it intentionally away from Brandon Ennis. He had no shot on the return, and the field judge marks it out of bounds at the Ohio State 25-yard line. Punt of just 36 yards, but it did not allow for a return. Ohio State has trailed throughout, but they will have a chance to take the lead.
Appreciate that, guys. We got it to 30 likes.
Ohio State
Hell
Buckeyes
yeah.
14, 10 minutes, 17 seconds on the fourth quarter clock. This is the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Rich Eisen here. LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident you're finding top talent. Get this. Employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the College Football Playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
10-17 fourth quarter, Miami 17, Ohio State 14, as they meet in the postseason for the first time since the contentious and controversial 2003 BCS National Championship game at the Fiesta Bowl. 31-24, Ohio State won that game. Here at AT&T Stadium, Arlington, Texas, Mike Cousins, the two-time Super Bowl champion, Max Starks along with you. Morgan Huber down on the field. Buckeyes get the ball, Max, and one big disparity that has favored them is through the air.
And that is right. You look at the average yards per completion, and Miami is completing at 7.1 yards a clip, but Ohio State 13.7. That's an explosive play, and that's saying that's the difference between second and short and a new set of downs per completion. And that's where really the tail of the tape difference is in this game, is that Ohio State's having an effect in the passing game on Miami's defense.
First and 10, Buckeyes from their own 25. Sayan takes the snap, throws it left, caught by the tight end Kazmarek, who runs out of bounds across the 35-yard line. That's a gain of 12 yards for Kazmarek, who only caught 12 passes during the regular season, but hauls in his third catch of the day. First down, Ohio State, down by 3 here, 10 minutes to go in the fourth.
And Julian saying, showing off the completion percentage now. That's 9 for 9 so far in this half. He has not had a single incompletion yet. And just finding the open receiver, diagnosing his offensive line, giving him time to go through his progressions and find the open man.
First down and 10 From their own 37-yard line, they bring Carnell Tate in motion wide to the left. Two receivers off that way. Donaldson, the running back, takes the handoff, jukes his way across the 40, hit from behind by Akeem Mesidor, the defensive end, the 41-yard line, for a gain of 4 yards on first down. C.J. Donaldson has been important today. Bo Jackson, their lead running back, second most rushing yards by an FBS freshman this year with just over 1,000. But Donaldson today has carried the ball almost as many times, 7 carries to Jackson's 11. And it's Jackson in there, sidecar left of Sayin in the shotgun, the sophomore quarterback, 20 of 29, 273 yards. On 2nd and 6 at their own 41. Sends a receiver out wide to the right. Has time, pump fakes, he's hit, and he's dropped back at the 30-yard line. The 5th sack of the game for Miami. This time it's the linebacker Wesley Bassett and a loss of 10.
And Wesley Bassett just triggered. He was playing off over the left guard, and at the snap just came barreling through. The left guard went outside as you had Bain backing off in coverage, so you loosened and gave a wide open A-gap, and Bassett just finished the job off, taking out Bo Jackson and then Julian Sayin.
8:24 quarter. Ohio State with a 3rd and 15 and its own 32, trailing Miami by 3. Always on the near left hash as they go left to right. Sayin takes the snap with 0 on the play clock. Here comes the pressure. Steps up, throws numbers, far side left, caught, and it is a Buckeye first down. Jeremiah Smith with the catch, 16 yards on a whistling football through the air.
And Jeremiah Smith just sits right down in the zone. He got carried by Xavier Lucas. You have to remember, O.J. Frederick out of this game. So insert Xavier Lucas, and he's playing off coverage, doesn't want to get beat deep. And the comeback route by Jeremiah Smith just beyond the sticks allows for Ohio State to keep this drive alive.
Buckeyes 1st and 10 at their own 48. Right at the midfield logo. Sayin, deep drop, loads up, fires down the far sideline, and complete. Overthrew Carnell Tate that time. It'll be 2nd and 10, and a rare incomplete pass from Julian Sayin here in the second half.
Yeah, Julian Sayin realizing there was nobody open downfield, throws the ball well out of bounds. He just got it in the zip code of Carnell Tate, so you didn't want to call it any intentional grounding as the blitz pressure was coming off of the edges for Miami.
First incomplete pass for Sayin here in the second half. By the way, 2 snaps ago, 5th sack of the game, 2nd time that the Buckeyes have allowed back-to-back or 5 sacks in a game this year, each of them in the last 2 games. 2nd and 10, Sayin, pressure, flag is thrown. Gets the ball away out of the backfield to Bo Jackson, the running back in the flat left. A pick of about 7, Wesley Bassett, the tackle.
Offense, number 70. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Remains second down.
It's the right tackle, Philip Daniels.
And that was where the worry was going to be coming into this game. Miami had identified the right side of the offensive line being one of the weak areas for this Ohio State Buckeye offensive line position. And Bain coming off the edge, there was a holding call on him as Bain was going down and trying to make the play on Sayin.
First accepted penalty of the game with 7 minutes to go in the 4th quarter.
That is wild.
Miami 17, Ohio State 14, 2nd down and 20 for the Buckeyes. They work from their own 38. A 5-receiver set. Sayin's got the snap. Miami sends pressure. Throw is out. It's incomplete between the hash and the numbers left side. Carnell Tate, his body had stopped. His arms were extended, and he got drilled. And you're grimacing just watching that after the hit he took from the safety, Jacoby Thomas.
My L2 to L5 is definitely hurting right now from watching that hit. Jacoby Thomas delivered an absolute wallop of a hit.
A vertebrae vibrator there.
Yes, absolutely.
3rd down, 20 to go. The video board shows Michael Irvin down on a knee, clenching his fist. His Miami Hurricanes up by 3, 17-14. 3rd and 20, Ohio State at its own 38. Sayin back to pass. Steps up in the pocket at the 35. Check down, throw left. That's not going to get the job done. Caught at the 35-yard line. And C.J. Donaldson is twisted like a pretzel to the ground. So Miami gave up a big third down earlier on the drive to Jeremiah Smith. They're on 3rd and 20, a little bit more comfortable. They force a Buckeye punt. 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Clock continues to wind, and Miami will get the ball with a 3-point lead.
And Marquise Lightfoot was very close to getting a taunting as he made a gesture over the player. Thank goodness his teammate pulled him away, because you don't want to take a penalty in that moment.
Joe McGuire with a punt, his 5th of the day. Tony makes a fair catch at the 10 on the far side of the field, but there is a flag down at the line of scrimmage. Flag is at the near side, numbers at the 34. Punt right now goes for 54 yards. Daniel Gautreau, the referee, confers with his colleagues. And it's a procedural infraction against Ohio State.
Ooh, you make him re-kick if it's possible.
Illegal formation, kicking team. More than 4 players lined up in the backfield. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Remains 4th down.
This is a moment on re-kicks, and I've watched this from the professional level to the college level to the high school level. Anytime you have a re-kick in these moments, this is where the big plays happen, because you just had that coverage unit sprinting downfield, and now they got to come back 5 further yards and do the same exact thing again. So you're going to test the cardio conditioning of your coverage unit here, and you got Malachi Tony, a very dangerous return man in the backfield who can make things happen with a kick return.
So the kick for McGuire from the 20, it is much shorter, and it's a 20-yard difference. Tony with a fair catch at the 30 on the first one. He caught it at the 10. That is huge. That punt was only 39 yards. So there have been few penalties today, but that was a big one. 5:56 to play in the 4th quarter. Miami with the ball and a 3-point lead. 17-14, Hurricanes over the Ohio State Buckeyes. This is the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo down, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart. No. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate. Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
This college football moment
You're right,
is
bro,
brought
it
to you
is.
by ServPro.
College football
But I got the radio play-by-play of the real game on.
like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
This is the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Inside AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, just 5 minutes and 56 seconds of regulation time to decide a winner. Miami 17, Ohio State 14, and the Hurricanes take over after an Ohio State punt with a 1st and 10 at their own 30-yard line. Up here in the broadcast booth, Mike Cousins and Max Starks, the 2-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Morgan Uber, our eyes and ears down on the field today. Well, it was a penalty on the first punt by Ohio State. That was about a 50-yard kick, and Miami would have had it at its own 10. Penalty accepted, 2nd punt, and they get it at their own 30. Now, 5:56 to go. They've only had 2 2 drives today that have been longer than 5 minutes. So if they want to wind down the clock, they will have to be exceptionally better than their average today. They've got it on the far side hash in white jerseys from head to toe, 1st and 10. And out of the shotgun, a handoff. Mark Fletcher with a big hole up the near hash, across the 45, and cut down just shy of the 50-yard line. Almost a 25-yard run. Give him 18 there. Jermaine Matthews makes the tackle as Fletcher, like he did in their last game against Texas A&M, came to life in the 4th quarter.
And that's what they're going to need more of that. And I have to say, this perimeter blocking, Malachi Tony threw a heck of a block on Caleb Downs to free that open for Mark Fletcher. Remember, Caleb Downs has been the guy that's been really stopping a lot of the gap pressure that Mark Fletcher's been trying to apply and really stymieing him in the second half.
Downs has 8 tackles, second on the Buckeyes defense today. 5:15 in the 4th. 1st and 10 near midfield. And it's another handoff to Fletcher. Veering left over left tackle across the 50 to the Ohio State 47-yard line. About 5 yards there. Runs into the big defensive end, Caden Curry. That was wise clock usage there from Miami, taking the play clock down within 10. And they're going to be delivering because you can whittle this away. Even a field goal on this drive doesn't make you feel comfortable, but you know then you're forcing Ohio State, if they get the ball back, to have to go for a touchdown to win the game.
You just want to take time off the clock and eliminate opportunities for this Buckeye offense to operate.
4.5 minutes to go. Shamar Brown, the running back. No carries for him today. Next back to throw. Flushed out of the pocket near side. He's across the 50 to the Ohio State 45. And it's a 2-man tackle to stop the Hurricanes scrambling quarterback. Piloted by the linebacker Arvell Reese. And a gain of about 5 there as Carson Beck, consistently as he has today, makes the smart choice.
Makes the opportune play at the right time with his legs. And once again, staying in bounds. He could have went to the sideline and angled and ran to safety, but decides to take the tackle inbounds and try and chew up some more spots. We get below 4 minutes left in this ball game.
3:55 and counting. Miami by 3 over Ohio State, 17-14, and a 3rd and 3 for the Hurricanes. Beck to throw, tosses near side, ball is caught, and it's a first down. Shamar Brown, his first touch of the day. The reserve running back is tackled by Arvell Reese. The Hurricanes move the chains. The clock continues to run.
I love the play design here because you had the running back sitting off to the left. You had a bunch to the left, and Malachi Tony took an inside route. They grabbed him, and that also led to a natural pick or block that allowed for Shamar Brown to get to the outside and make that play and get the first down.
3:13, clock winding 4th quarter. Ohio State needs a stop down 3. Miami 1st and 10 at the Buckeye 39. Beck has the snap, hands off. Fletcher off the right side. Dragging defenders across the 30. It's a first down run to the 21. Rather, Shamar Brown on the carry there. He took that for 13 yards. He is coming up big. The first-year transfer from North Dakota State won an FCS title last year and trying to propel Miami to just 2 victories away from a national title at this level.
Oh, I love when you get a big body like Maui Noah, Francis Maui Noah off the edge, does a great job of shouldering, blocking the defensive tackle, and then working up to the second level, and then just swallowing up the linebacker and allowing for that outside move for Shamar Brown.
2:23 in the 4th quarter. Tony in the slot, first down, hand it off. Shamar Brown gets the carry, and he gets the line of scrimmage and no further. Now it's a question of how does Ohio State want to utilize its timeout allotment. 2:08, clock continuing to wind. They've got all 3 timeouts, and the clock will go down to the 2-minute timeout here at AT&T Stadium. Miami 17, Ohio State 14, and the Hurricanes are already within field goal range. They've got the ball squarely at the middle of the blue diamond logo at the left side 25, the Goodyear logo. So they're in field goal range, and it's up to Ohio State as to whether the Buckeyes can get the ball back.
And it's going to be a key play. And if you're Miami and you're talking to your running backs, 2 hands over the loaf of bread. Over and under, keep it tight and high. When you're running through the hole, don't allow for any punch outs. Don't allow for any swipes at it if you're going to run the football. And for Carson Beck, make the safe throw. Don't make the great throw in this moment. You want to be as
as expeditious with this as much as possible. You don't need to utilize sidelines. Run your crossing route. Take the underneath stuff if you can have it, because you've been chewing up this clock. Now, Ohio State's going to have to go into stop mode after this, but you don't want to permit them. This is second and long. They got 2 downs to really make them force the issue and not give up a first down here.
2-minute timeout here at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl. Miami 17, Ohio State 14. Mike Cousins, Max Starks upstairs. Let's send it down to Morgan Uber on the field.
Well, standing on this Ohio State sideline, guys, just watching this offense, quarterback Julian Say and wide receiver Jeremiah Smith, they're just sitting here taking this in almost in disbelief, hopeful, looking up at the video board that they get the chance to get the ball back here.
Well, it did not feel like this was going to be a game at halftime. It was 14-0 in favor of Miami. Third quarter, about midway, Bo Jackson, the freshman running back for Ohio State, got the Buckeyes on the board. A 7-minute drive. It was 14-7. Then late in the third, Carter Davis, it's a 49-yard field goal for Miami. They're back up by 10, 17-7. And our only score here in the fourth quarter came 90 seconds into the quarter. Now we only have 2 minutes left to play, and it was Jeremiah Smith on a 14-yard slant on a 4th and 2 where the Buckeyes rolled the dice. Clearly the right choice given the way things have played out. And so it's Miami 17 and Ohio State 14. The most points the Buckeyes have allowed all year. Number 1 defense in the country, gave up as many as 16 in the regular season, 17 today. That can be forgiven, but first they've got to find a way to get the ball back. And now, 3 timeouts, they're going to be using those immediately when the play comes to an end.
It is, and now if you're Miami, now I need the big boys to kick in. I need all of the beef to start doing what it does best, and that's lean on this defense, not allowing gaps to open up for Ohio State to knife through. Create that moving wall for your run game so that you can chew this clock up and force all those timeouts and not enough time for Ohio State to respond. This is a key moment, a key area. Second and long, you have essentially, you can call this 4-down territory, but I would say worst case scenario, if you can't get this ball, you got to kick at least 3 and put a touchdown in play if you're Miami.
2 minutes to go. Miami 17, Ohio State 14. Carson Beck is in the pistol for Miami. Quarterback with the running back Shamar Brown behind him. Trio of receivers tight right. Low snap. Handoff Brown. Off to the right side. Buckeyes provide a good pushback. The offensive line pushes him ahead to the 20-yard line. Well, they run behind Francis Mel. We know of the right tackle. He is Mel Kiper's 5th best prospect in all of college football. It's an Ohio State timeout with 1:53 to go. You got 6'6", 335 pounds. Yeah, you run behind the big fella.
Nothing I love seeing more than a big guy do what he's naturally born to do. This move people against their will. And that's exactly what Francis Mauigoa did. He went and he took Brandon Curry and said, no, sir, sorry, you are not allowed here. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. We are going forward, and that's the attitude. That's the momentum. That's why you went and assembled this offensive line to do this and bury this, and that is pound the rock and force the issue. He got stopped at the line of scrimmage, and they propelled him forward another 4 yards. That's how strong this offensive line is.
Just so folks are aware, wherever they might be listening tonight, your size and height are what?
6'8", and in my prime, I was 345 pounds.
So you know what you're talking about when it comes to moving human bodies out of the way.
Hey, and I played that very position right there at the right tackle position and the left tackle, and that's what you want to do. Every lineman's dream is to say, we're going to put it in your hands, go forward and get me yardage, and right there, that was a demonstration of just that.
3rd and 4, Miami at the Ohio State 20. Snap to Beck. He throws a screen off to his right. A curl inside. Miami gets a breakaway and a first down to the 7 of Ohio State. Peyton Pierce with a tackle on C.J. Daniels. 13 yards. And what a play call from Miami offensive coordinator Shannon Dawson.
Gutsy ball play right there to throw the swing screen out to the left with C.J. Daniels curling underneath the 2 blockers. This was a 3-by-1 set, and he gets the first down and more, and forcing the second of 3 timeouts for Ohio State. And you see their opportunity slipping away. 1:46 left. They can drain this clock right now if they want and give Ohio State less than a minute left to operate at best. And Michael Irvin shares my sentiments as long as Ray Lewis is there too. I guess, you can throw both of those alumni that are sitting on the Miami sidelines. Miami with a 17-14 lead over Ohio State. The Buckeyes can only stop the clock one more time. 1:46 to go, and it's first and goal, Miami from the 7. Barring a catastrophic mistake, this
Appreciate that like. Thank you.
You could see in the Ohio State huddle on the far sideline, the quarterback, Jermaine Matthews, pumping his fist in a downward motion, stomping his foot on the ground. 9th play of this drive, and the Buckeyes, the nation's best defense during the regular season, have not been able to get off the field. First and goal from the 7, going right to left. Pistol formation, hand off to the running back Brown, tucks himself behind the right side of that offensive line, gets a push forward for 2 yards to the 5, and the Buckeyes, in all likelihood here, will use their final timeout. And it looks like they have not. They have not elected to use it and let the clock go down. Very interesting move here by Ryan Day not to call the timeout. It is a bit of a head scratcher there. And it's going to bleed this. I mean, if you look at the clock right now, there's a 3-second differential hitting it below a minute. So you're going to snap this ball with about 58 seconds left at best and pray for the best after this and then hit an immediate timeout.
Yeah, they're up 3 right now, bro.
1:03 to go. Miami by 3. Second and goal at the Ohio State 5. Snap, handoff, Brown, and he's into the end zone.
Fuck, man. They just knocked him off, bro. They knocked off the number 1 team.
Nail in the coffin for the Miami Hurricanes. It was already questionable about why you didn't call the timeout if you're Ryan Day to give yourself better than a minute. But then the very next play to give up a score and a touchdown. Now down
They only gave up 8 points all year. They averaged giving up 8 points to defense. They're giving up 23 to Miami.
The team that people question, should they be in or should they not be in? Potentially about to have their second straight win in this college football playoff. Extra point is good from Carter Davis. And with 55 seconds to go, a raised right fist in the air from Miami head coach Mario Cristobal, because it's the Hurricanes 24 and the Ohio State Buckeyes 14. A tremendous football game here. The dominance in the first half by Miami. Offense and defense both scoring to lead to a 14-zip advantage coming out. Ohio State coming out of the half and punching back, getting a touchdown on their opening drive, and then, of course, marching back, getting a field goal for Miami. It seemed like this offense wasn't doing much. They had a lot of opportunities. They couldn't generate the first downs. And then at the most penultimate time for a drive to happen, they drive the ball down the field. They enforce their will. Physicality on the offensive line. Execution by Carson Beck. Running at the right moment. And Mark Fletcher coming alive. Only Mark Fletcher can do that big 25-yard gain in that drive. And Miami is just 55 seconds away from going to the semifinal. Well, here comes the kickoff. From right to left. 55 seconds to go. And it goes for a touchback. Bouncing out of the back of the end zone. Miami by 10 over Ohio State. Look at the disparity here at AT&T Stadium. The far side, occupied by Buckeyes fans, is now only about 50% full, and the near side by Miami fans is as full as it's been all night. Folks dancing, waving T-shirts and towels over their head, and with a new year 2 hours and 13 minutes away, just imagine the bar tabs that are going to be run up tonight. Listen, and you got Michael Irvin back in his friendly confines of Dallas. I can imagine the party scene will be lit tonight. Saw Jimmy Johnson in the hotel lobby earlier tonight. So the Miami fans going nuts. 55 seconds away from a victory. First and 10 from the 25. Sayin steps up. Long throw down the near sideline is dropped by Carnell Tate. Running at about the 45-yard line. Would have been about a
I know
20-yard
Tate's been
completion.
close.
That took 6 seconds off the clock.
That's supposed to be a top 10 pick.
Seconds to play. And Zechariah Poyser in trail of Carnell Tate. And Ruben Bain was narrowly just inches away from grabbing the ankle of Julian Sand on that ball release. So you have to imagine, ends are pinned back. Ears are pinned back on the edges for both Messidor and Bain coming off the edge, trying to provide that final kill shot to this Ohio State offense. 5 wide receivers for the Buckeyes. Miami has come up with 5 sacks tonight. 49 seconds to go. They rush 3. They get to Sayan. He's hit as he throws over the middle. It's intercepted by Jacoby Thomas. His second interception of the night is sending the Miami Hurricanes onto the Fiesta Bowl. 43 seconds to go, and there is no doubt now. And 3-man pressure running cloud coverage on the backside, so dropping 8 into coverage, and the 3-man rush hits home on Julian Sand as he floats that ball. A duck goes in the air, and a big hit. And Jacoby Thomas, like a center fielder, Texas Rangers Stadium is not far from here, just takes it down to a knee, catches the ball. Game is over, and the Miami Hurricanes are going to the Fiesta Bowl. They come out in victory formation. 5 yards into Ohio State territory. They'll have to snap it twice with 43 seconds to go, unless they can take those 3 seconds off the clock. Well, the knee goes down first with only a half second coming off. So the coaches now have to remind the players, wait a minute. Stay back. One more snap, and this place is going to go bonkers. And Michael,
guys, I appreciate it. Make sure you guys subscribe for tomorrow's Oregon game, 11:30 Eastern time.
Final knee. Seconds tick off. And that's it. The Miami players flood the field from the far side. On the opposite side, Ohio State, a perfect regular season in stunned disbelief. Final score here with the Goodyear Cotton Bowl, the Miami Hurricanes 24 and the Ohio State Buckeyes 14.
Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, Tara.
Coach Jason Taylor. Oh, that's right, the Hall of Famer Jason Taylor.